and somebody in the comments said, have you tried HArP? It's really good. I've been doing mana tombs with it. You don't have to spec swap. You don't have to worry about cooldowns and stuff like that. You can just mince through all the mobs. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. I'm going to get to that when I finish with my Steam Vaults farming. And I'm kind of not done, but I've done Steam Vaults to death. We've done like 1,000 runs, something like that. It's crazy. I have a second rogue parked in Steam Vaults, so he can keep doing that. But I wanted to check this HArP spec out. So basically, HArP stands for Hemo, Adrenaline Rush, and Prep. And it's a PvP spec originally, but we've tweaked it slightly for our variant. So I'm just going to show you the talents really quickly. We have Master Deception, obviously, for extra stealth. We have Camouflage for speed, well stealth. Dirty Tricks for blind and sap, nice. Ghostly Strike, which is an absolute banger ability. This slaps. And it's strange because when you read 25 extra weapon damage, it doesn't sound like huge, but it's big. It hits hard. We've got Initiative for extra combo points when we cheap shot. Well, Elusiveness for Vanish and Blind. And most importantly, or very importantly, we have Serrated Blades. That gives us 560 armor pen, which is huge. That allows us to melt through these mobs when we're blade flurrying and so on. We have Hemo, obviously, which helps with the damage. We have Prep, so we can instantly get our evasion, sprint, and vanish back if need be. I almost never use it for vanish. I don't think I've ever used it for vanish since I switched over to this spec, but I'm very well geared, so if you have less gear, you're going to need to vanish sometimes on the 3-packs and then re-engage the 3rd if your gear isn't up to scratch and you can't kill them in one big burst. And then we have our final 4 points here in attack power. We get 8% extra AP, which is huge again in here. It just, this extra attack power in combination with Serrated Blades and Hemo is what's giving us a lot of the damage from subtlety here. And over in combat, there's a lot of different ways you can do this, but basically the main talents you're looking for in HArP are Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush, obviously. So I've gone pure dodge here. You can go improve gouge, which will give you an extra 1.5 seconds on gouge, and that's going to allow you to get 1 more tick or 2 more ticks off on a bandage, which can be very useful if your gear isn't up to scratch again and you need to disengage, re-engage, heal, so on. But my gear is pretty good, so I just went for straight dodge. People don't generally get riposte in this spec, but I love this ability. It's incredible. It absolutely slaps. You're going to see now when we do this run, it's incredible. And it's so cheap, it's 10 energy. It's off the global cooldown, sorry, it's on the global cooldown as of TBC. In Classic, you could just macro this into your Sinister Strike and it would automatically use riposte whenever you hit Sinister Strike if it was up and you had the energy, which being only 10 energy, it would always cast this before you did your Sinister, which is amazing. But we have our own hotbar key for it now, and that's fine. This, when you have Blade Flurry up, gives you a slap that also flurries to the next target, and it's so nice. So we've gone into riposte and deflection. These aren't generally taken in this spec, but again, we're modifying it for the farm. We have endurance, obviously. Reduce cooldown on sprint and evasion is amazing. We go into dual wield, sword spec, pick up Blade Flurry, of course, expertise, and down to Adrenaline Rush. And this is the HArP spec that I'm running for in here. So let's get down to it. Fuji Kazuya, yo, how you doing, brother? Let's show you what we can do with this HArP spec in Mana Tombs. We lose from subtlety Shadow Step, and Shadow Step is such an amazing ability. A lot of people don't want to lose that, and I'm one of those people. So that was like, I was hesitant to try this out because of that, but mate, it's so clean. We're gonna distract these guys. Actually, I need to poison up here, and I'm really enjoying this, to be honest. I'm really enjoying Mana Tombs with this. Okay, that was a pro maneuver. Let's just eat over here then. I'm gonna record all the hours that I do on this, record all the Steam Vaults hours. Steam Vaults, I'm pretty sure it's still coming ahead on pure gold per hour, but they're so close and you need to use more consumables for SV. And when I do make the video comparing both of the farms, the real breakdown isn't going to be how much gold per hour, because they're very similar. The breakdown is going to be what style of rogue do you like to play? Do you want to come in quick and fast, burst out your gold in 40 minutes? I don't think we're going to bother using Adrenaline Rush here. We're going to save it in case we get that tricky pack. There we go, there's our riposte up. Okay, we're looking pretty good. We didn't take any damage, so that was nice. Oh, that's a problem though. I think we have enough time. Is he the leader? He was the leader, good. So this mob ran to catch up with him because he's the leader of that pack. But if the leader had been this one, this guy actually would have stayed where he was. So there's always a leader in every pack. Once you know what that is, you can sap the leader and control the pack. Okay, so we got our riposte up. And it's slapping for really nice damage for just 10 energy. And another one, we'll pop it like 1896 crit. Show you. Riposte is coming in here. Pretty solid damage, you know? Really cheap. Instant mistake, yeah, straight away. Start the stream, everything's good. Yeah, alright, cam's good. Okay, settings are good. Mic's not causing any problems like it normally is. Let's go. Straight into eating food, coming out of stealth. He got me. He got me, brother. I'm not gonna lie. We got a Living Ruby last run, which was nice. So chest 1 is done. There can be one here, here, over by the worms, and in that first room, the one that we got, on the other side there can be one. That's 5. That's the first area. It's going to be one of those. And once you get one of them, you know it's not going to be any of the others. The second area, where the second chest can be, starts here. It can be there. It can be over here, behind this pack. Or it's going to be further ahead in those tunnely rooms, which is where it is today. Okay, here's the chest, and we have a rich addy. Lovely. So we're going to distract these guys here. And we're easy. We can just blaze through these with a flurry and a AD. And we are going to get probably the Shadow Word Pain from that Darkcaster. And that is such a ball ache of a DOT. It's the only thing that can really kill us in here. There it is. Look how much it ticks for. It's a lot, and it's a long time. So Cloak of Shadows is kind of our only defense against that. So you don't want to do it too early. Let's eat some corpse. That is the thing that has killed me in here. The only thing that's killed me in the last day or so of just testing out the build is that DOT. Getting Diablo vibes from the Manitombs music. In Flames, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I like the music in here. And you're right, it is Diablo vibes, 100%. I've been thinking about Diablo D2R recently, getting an itch to go back on my Blizzard Sork. But I just have too much work to do here. want to have a look and see what the pricing is. Common, market, sure. Disenchant, sure. Rares, market, and disenchant. No, for gems we need to keep market. Epic market, that's fine. Now we're going to use our prep, because even if you don't need it, you should use it in every dungeon, because we've done our combats now, right? If we don't use it now, then we're just wasting it for the next run. So you might as well use it and get that sprint out of it. Hey! Towel93, or Towley, just subscribed for 2 months. Bro, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. You make my heart sing. I know I haven't been streaming much recently, so it really means a lot to me to get that. That's unreal. Thank you. Appreciate you. So we're going to sap one of these guys. We're going to distract him. Gotta wait a little second. That should be good. And we're going to blind. Gonna cheap shot, blind him. And just walk them back. We're gonna cloak that. We didn't get a chance to get our 5-point eviscerate off. The immolate we don't worry about too much. It doesn't take for that much. It's not the end of the world. And you get a lovely little sound with riposte as well, which I like. Just gonna distract these. Oh, that's alright. That's okay. Okay, I'm gonna hit a healing pot. That signature sound of riposte, I love it. Just sounds like value. Dieback, hey buddy, just logged in after a while, too much work. Hope you're all good. I am all good, thank you bro. It's nice to have you back in the chat. I haven't been streaming consistently like I was in Bangkok, because it's been kind of crazy over here. But here we are, we're testing out a HArP spec, which is Hemo, Adrenaline Rush, and Preparation. It's a build that's normally used in PvP, but we've modified it slightly for mana tombs. And we did that because I got a recommendation from some rogues in the chat under one of my videos. You should try this spec. And I gotta say, I really like it. You lose Shadow Step from Subtlety, but you keep Prep, so you get 2 evasions, 2 sprints, 2 vanish if you need it, Serrated Blades, Hemorrhage, and Ghostly Strike, as well as obviously the speed reduction increase, and the stealth, and blind and sap and stuff like that. And over in combat we're using, well, hit, dual wield spec, sword spec, blade flurry, and adrenaline rush, so we get all that good stuff, as well as riposte, which is such a nice ability. So we hit a reset, and we go again. So there's no spec swapping, and you melt through the packs. Did you ever test if Hemo procced Blink Strike more often? I did not. Haven't done any testing in a long while actually, or anything. But yes, you've reminded me. Was it you that mentioned that to me before? That there was a theory that Blink was procced more on Hemo? Is that right? I have like a vague recollection of something like that. Is it going to be a worm chest? No worms. Here we go. And we get that lovely extra dodge as well out of Ghostly Strike. And not only does it slap, but we get that dodge. We're going to cloak that slow. I've been gone for a while on a trip and finally back for some WoW. I think I missed a lot. Is SV still the best option for farming? So, yes and no. The gold per hour is based on the market price for the resources you get out of the dungeon. And that changes from phase to phase. Because you get more rich Addy nodes here, if the price of Fel Iron drops and Addy drops and they drop relative to each other, let's say Addy's like twice the price of Fel, and they're both dropping at the same time, then the gold per hour is going to be, you know, similar for both of them. But if you have one of them drop a lot more than the other, then suddenly Mana Tombs is worth slightly more value on the ore side because the Addy's worth more relative to Fel than it was in the last phase, if you understand me. That's one factor. Gems have dropped, but scrolls have gone up, and large prismatic shards have gone up as well. So they're around the same. SV in the last phase edged over Mana Tombs by about 20 or maybe 25 gold per hour. That's my initial conclusion. But I want to test Mana Tombs and join the HArP spec, so I will get back to you on that. I'm going to do a comparison video. I'm going to make a Mana Tombs farming video like I did with SV. Then we're going to compare the two farms. But really what it's going to come down to, it's not going to be a gold per hour thing, even though one of them will technically be better. It's really going to be a playstyle and option on the kind of farm you want to do. If you like shenanigans farms, using boots and that kind of stuff, then SV is going to be the one for you. And also, if you don't have very good gear and you can't kill the packs in MT like this, then SV is going to be good for you. But if you have decent gear, or if you don't like shenanigans farms and you really like combat and you don't mind, you know, sapping one, bursting two down, vanishing, regenning, if you don't have good gear, you can still slow down the farm, pick your pulls, change your rotation, and clear this place no problem. It's just going to take you a little bit longer, right? So it's really going to come down to the playstyle that you enjoy, because you're going to be able to make great money from both farms. But we'll get on to that. We'll make the video and you can watch it then. But a theory is all it is. Yeah, for now. There's just so much stuff I need to do, content I need to make. But the Hemo one is pretty easy to test. Like, I mean, you hit Hemo 1,000 times on one of the guys down in Blasted Lands, see what the numbers are. Hit Sinister 1,000 times, see if they're around the same. I tried Blink Strike in the offhand with Hemo and did notice it procs a lot in PvP, but may not be everyone's experience. Nice for short fights, yeah. Yeah, big time. Thank you for all that information. DDD, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I changed my enchanting to NG because of SV. RIP. No, not RIP. Not RIP. SV, okay. Here's another, again, I'm going to touch on all of this in the video, but here's another aspect to SV. The shenanigans that you need to pull off in SV are incredibly valuable things to learn, because they will be applicable in all farms. They will make you a better rogue. With MT, as long as you have good enough gear and you just spam whatever your main damage dealing ability is and you hit Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush, you're going to mince through the packs. The skill cap for MT is a lot lower. So SV is the more challenging farm. You learn more from it, and you learn these shenanigans that are going to be applicable in Wrath, and things like boots. You have them in Classic. They're not quite as good, but they can still be used to pull off some insane stuff. So SV is going to train you to use those things in a way that you don't get in MT. So it broadens your skill set as a rogue. And to be honest, now that I've done like 1,000 SVs, 1,000 SVs that I enjoyed very much, I'm actually loving changing the farm to MT. It's refreshing to me, and I'm enjoying the change of pace and the change of playstyle. So I think for rogues, we're really winning because we have 2 gold farms we can pick from. They're both incredible gold per hour. You can pick whichever one suits you best, and when you get bored with one, you can switch over to the other and still find that dopamine kick, that extra bit of meaning, novelty, and from what you're doing. So it keeps it fresh. Having that option to switch around keeps it fresh. I see. Thank you for the update. Looking forward to those videos. I'm looking forward to them too. I just need to keep making them. That's true. I keep dying on SV and I'm still bad at it. Yeah. That's okay. It's a challenging farm to learn. But once you get it, you got it. It's like mage AoE farming. You know, once you get your ranges, your timing, where to stand, it just clicks. And you're good. Will you hit lockout on MT? Oh, for sure, Fake Boo, for sure. It's a lot faster. I could pickpocket in here to fill out the time, but I don't. Because number one, pickpocketing, you can get gems from it, and I had last week an insane run where I got 3 noble topaz and a living ruby from the slaves in the center of SV within like 2 days of farming, like a 2-day block. I got 4 of the best gems in the game from pickpocketing, so it can pay out. The problem is you have to wait a while for those kinds of things, and then your bag's filling up with all the different boxes, which kind of annoys me a little bit. And with SV, because it takes a while to do the runs, filling out your 12 minutes with pickpocketing makes more sense, because you don't really want to, if you're going to continuously farm, you want to keep it to lockout, and so you can just keep rolling in for like 3 hours because you have to go back to chat and blah blah blah. But with MT, I like to burst it out in 40 or 45 minutes, or even sooner if I get lucky. And then I can log over to an alt, or I can go do something else, and it frees up that time, you know, for other things. So we're at, what are we at? Let's see. 3 lockouts, and we're 20 minutes into the farm, right? We're halfway through the 3rd one, but... So we're about halfway at 20 minutes, right? And it's not like we're super locked in here because I'm chatting with you guys and things like that, so you can still shave off more time. Something that I'm enjoying about the game at the moment, it's a small thing, but when I've been collecting the unique gems, right? See the top one, orange, is 10 AP and 4 hit, and then the bottom one is 10 AP and 6 stamina. They're the unique heroic gems. There are 4 for rogue that will increase your DPS. They're like about 1 DPS more, like a boggling root's worth more than the cuts that you can buy. And so I've been hunting those in heroics. You can get one from Black Morass, we got that one. You can get one from Sethek Holes, we got that one. You can get one from the Steam Vault, I think. And you can get one from Botanica. And I think I got the Steam Vaults one, so we're looking for Botanica. So it's nice because it gives you a reason to do heroics. But it's very min-maxy, you know? But if you play the game a lot, and you really only have one main, and you're trying to go deep on them, it's nice to log in, and if I feel like a heroic, I've got a choice of things I can do. Black Morass we got, didn't we? Glinting Fire Opal. 4 Ag, 4 hit. Yeah, there it is. So we'll take that one off. Steam Vault, 5 Ag, 6 stamina. Oh. Well, there's 2 we can still get. Steam Vault and Bota. BM, we got you. Brutal Tanzanite. Oh, we got that one. Okay. Yeah. Bota, we're good. We need Steam Vault. So when I've been doing these heroics, I was just going full pump, popping Agi and strength scrolls. So I just wanted to absolutely destroy the meters and have fun being well geared. But it just costs so much to do that. If you're not in a great group and you die a lot, 1 strength, 1 Agi scroll, both of them together, that's 15 gold. Then you're eating food, it's not much, but a little bit, and so on. However, Winterfall Firewater, which gives you 35 AP, it says 37.8 because remember, it gets multiplied by our deadliness, so we get an extra 8% of any AP stuff, which is nice. So we're getting almost 38 AP from Winterfall, and they're like 16 silver each. It's 40 attack power for 16 silver. It's really nice. And then the Ravager dogs on top of that are giving us 20, which turns into 43.2, 40 to 43.2, which is also really nice. And they're cheap as chips. So this is what we're popping in heroics, so that we can, you know, do a little bit of extra damage without breaking the bank. And just shit melts. And I don't mind not having Shadow Step. Like, look at that. I didn't lose almost any health. Okay, he has poisoned us, which is kind of nasty. Slows down our attack speed by 50%, which is a lot. And it does a considerable amount of damage, but it's not as bad as the Shadow World Pain. Wait, you can use more than one unique gem? I thought only one. No, unique means you can only use that gem with that name. But there are 4 of them that increase our DPS. Actually, you get one as a reward from a Kara quest, I think, so there's 5, but there's 4 that we can get from the heroics that increase our DPS. Which good spec for Rogue for Steam Vault? 1 each, yeah. Yvonne Perez is 100%. which is a good spec for Steam Vault. I mean, for Steam Vault, you want Shadow Step, Cheat Death, Preparation, Elusiveness, Dirty Tricks, Camouflage, of course, Master Deception. That's it really, because you're not doing too much fighting. You don't need any of this. You don't need any of that. So you can kind of pick what you want after you get those essentials. But yeah, you can use the PvP spec, the BIS PvP build. Like no problem for SV, and that way you get to do both. You can do PvP and you can do SV. Do I prep? I think I will. Five seconds. A little bit scuffed, but you get the idea. Do you usually do the mana worm pack chest in empty? Of course. You get all chests all the time. Chests are the most valuable resource that we get out of here because they contain so many things of value, right? And I'll show you how to do the mana worms. A good way to do the mana worms when we get that chest. But it's basically target one worm, run in, evasion, give that worm a couple of slaps, you know, activate Blade Flurry, give that worm one or two slaps, and then tab target to a different worm, give them a slap or two, and then tab target, then hit cloak and just spam your Sinister Strike or Hemo. And then they should start dying within the window where you have cloak up and you don't take as much damage or any damage from those arcane explosions. And you can take a few of them, but if you take all of them, you're in trouble. So the cloak, first we mitigate incoming physical from evasion. We jump around targets so we don't kill any, hopefully. Then we cloak, and enough of the targets are down to 50% health, like one or two of them, that they die in one or two hits, and the rest of them die pretty quickly after that. So that's how you deal with the worm pack, and I'll show you now whenever we get one. So we're sitting at 30 minutes. That's our third run done. So these are quite slow, to be honest. Reset. Because I'm taking my time with them. No coffee left. If we get some Coke. Belt of Deep Shadow has dropped down to like a reasonable price, so we're saving up money. We're so broke. 800 gold. We're not using slice and dice here. We're just straight bursting. We're getting to those 5 combo points as soon as possible, because we have Blade Flurry up almost always. So we can get that big Eviscerate out early and try and mince them down. It's kind of a waste of a Vanish, but whatever. Look at that, 1349 from a riposte crit. and it's up again. 1810 riposte crit. That's insane. Like my Sinister Strike in my main damage dealing full combat rating spec, I crit 1800, and that's a really good crit for a Sinister Strike. And we're getting that for 10 energy from riposte. So nice. So look at that as a single fight. There you go, I'm getting more value out of my riposte than I am out of my ghostly strike. Solid. More damage, rather, and it costs 10 energy, whereas ghostly is what? 40. So, more DPS at 25% of the cost. Love it. The worm pack you can just dodge with cloak. Yeah, exactly. Or sapping this guy always. Yeah, you might be tempted to cloak when he's hitting you with arcane missiles, but it doesn't really do that much, and then you won't have cloak for this guy. And this is the guy that can kill us. See, there's the DOT. We've cloaked it. Lovely riposte. And I think we're actually gonna do this so he doesn't re-DOT us. How much gold per hour? Only pickpocket in SV. It's so hard to determine because it's so RNG based. If you couldn't get gems from pickpocketing, it's like, I don't know, there's like a 35 to 40 pockets if you just do the simple pickpocket. Like if you don't pickpocket everything, right? If you just do the slaves in the middle, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If you pick the 3 guards, that's 17. And then the guy getting wailed on. Sorry, that's 18. And the guy getting wailed on at the end of the dungeon, end of the tunnel, is 19. Then there's, you know, the packs at the door. There's the 2 guys at the bottom of the stairs that you get twice. That's 4, 23. Then you've got the Naga patrol chick and the guy in the very first room, bottom of the stairs. That's 2, and you can get them twice, so that's another 4. And then you've got the 3 guys close, so, you know, you can pick them twice. So it's like mid-30s pockets that you can pick. And when you pick, you get a few silver. When you open the box, you get a few silver. So that's going to be like, I don't know. If you didn't get any gems, then it would be like a few extra gold per run. So maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 gold per hour. Maybe 5 gold per hour. Just from pickpocketing, just raw silver. However, it's the gems, so obviously it's not worth it to do that because you risk a resist, which you have to use a vanish, and so on. But it's because you can get gems. But because gems drop rarely, sometimes you get super lucky like I did in 2 days and got 3 noble topaz and a living ruby. And sometimes you get nothing. Sometimes you get a lot of resists. And then you have to vanish and it slows down your runs. So I'm like, I can take it or leave it with pickpocketing. It doesn't bother me not to pick. So it's very hard to give you an accurate gold per hour. But if you picked everything and you got, let's say, let me distract this guy 1 second. If you picked everything and you got, say you got 1 gem per hour if you picked everything in SV. Well, if you get 1 gem per hour, it can still roll out 1 of 5 gems, right? It's either going to be Star Balloon, Night's Eye, Noble Topaz, Living Ruby, Talosite. That's it, right? And only 2 of those. So it's a low drop chance to get one. And then when you do get one, it's a 40%, 60% chance that it's going to be worth almost nothing. So I don't know, if I had to just pick a number off the top of my head for how much it's worth pickpocketing, I would say on average at the moment it's probably worth somewhere in the region of an extra 10 to 15 gold per hour on average across all your runs, with getting some good gems, some really bad gems, and just the raw silver. So lower HP of most of worms before using cloak. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Somebody told me that in the chat. They were like, just, you know, hit the first worm. Here, I'll show you here. We'll wait and just pretend there's a chest here and I'll kill these worms. I need to eat and I'll be right back. We'll kill this worm pack. Alright, let's pop fire water. So we have, let's just prep so we can use it straight away. So I'll cheap the first one, like so, hit my evasion, then I'll tab, hit again, then we're going blade flurry, and now we're going to cloak. And we don't use adrenaline rush on these guys, because it's a waste, right? If you want, if you're really low down, you can stun and then, you know, hit from far. Still probably gonna take a bit of damage, yeah. But that's pretty much it. And once you get it down, it's fine. It's just the order in which you hit your abilities. Let's get out of here. Is it half sub, half combat? Yeah, exactly. We took sub, serrated blades, hemo, and we get prep, importantly. Dirty Deeds is also so nice. I mean, yeah, okay, reduced energy costs, we're not worried about that. Cheap shot's nice because you can burst quick. But your special abilities cause 20% more damage against targets below 35% health. 35% is a lot. So basically, we have 20% extra damage on Hemo, on Eviscerate, on Riposte, whenever they're like down to this much health, which is really nice for just cleaning them out quickly. But yeah, and we go 4 points deadliness. Then we're over in combat. You can play around with these points, but I took dodge, pure dodge, hit to get obviously dual wield, deflection so I can get riposte, sprint and evasion, not worried about improved sprint here, dropping slice and dice because we're bursting, we don't want to use those combo points early, we want to get to 5 and then hit eviscerate because we're usually blade flurrying. Sword spec obviously, blade flurry, expertise, and down to adrenaline rush. That's really nice. And here we go. We've got the worm chest, as fate would have it. Now we don't have our evasion up, but we're going to do it anyway. And we'll just use a potion and a... So we're doing that. We're doing that. We're doing that. Doing that. And now we're going to cloak. And there you go. You don't really need evasion, but there will be like 1 in 10 packs if you were to do it without evasion, just like that, where you might get a miss or something like that, and basically it can kill you. But you have to get kind of bad RNG on your rotation and just how the pack plays out in order for that to happen, but still, we just want to reduce that risk, so evasion is good. Which is easier, MT or SV in your opinion? They're two different farms. MT is easier if you have good gear, and it's easier for most rogues because they haven't done the shenanigans that you need to learn with boots and belt and pulling patrols and timing and stuff like that. But every rogue has burst, blade flurry and adrenaline rush at this stage when they get in here. So almost all rogues know how to do MT. It's just a question of gear and knowing which abilities you need to save your cloak for, your evasion and stuff like that. So MT is easier to learn, definitely. But it is more boring, you know, when all things are equal and you've done both farms like umpteen times, you can choose which one. If you get bored with SV, you can go MT. If you get bored with MT, you go SV. But just in general, SV is more satisfying to pull off, I find. But I do love looking at my numbers, seeing how much I'm melting through the packs with serrated blades, having a look at how much certain abilities slap, even when you're subtlety with this extra 8% AP. I think he can poison us, we'll sap him. Actually gonna wait because I want those combo points. He gouged me. Touché. Oh, he has poisoned us. So we're gonna pop a healing potion. I think we're just gonna play it safe. Blind bandage. When your gear and your skill cap is at a certain level, the skill cap required for MT is definitely lower in some sense. But you absolutely have to know which abilities are going to kill you, and it's that poison from that guy and Shadow Word Pain. Gold farming in MT, there's like 3 main variables that, depending on the value of each variable, it's going to affect how you play the run. So the variables are your gear, the level of your gear, your skill cap, or how well you know rogue and can change your rotation around comfortably and adapt to situations as they pop up. So that's skill cap. And then the third variable is consumables. So if you can kind of max out one of those and it can make the other two less of a priority. So if you have insanely good gear, like I do, then you can come in here and you don't need to vanish between, if there's a 3-pack with a Darkcaster in it, you might, if you don't have very good gear, you'll sap the Darkcaster, blast down the 2 guys, and then probably vanish because you are not doing enough damage to kill them quickly, and so your health is going to be pretty low at that point. Then you vanish, you eat, then you open up on the Darkcaster and you kill him separately. So that's a way in which your rotation will change if your gear isn't good enough. If you're really good, really high skill cap, but your gear isn't that good, you can come in here and figure out how to make it work and do 5 runs in an hour, no problem, even with those slower pulls. But if you have not very good gear and you're not that confident with rogue or things like this, that's when you're going to want to pop some consumables, buy some cheap stuff. Maybe you want to come in with some extra stamina scrolls, maybe some protection scrolls. You might want to pop, it's expensive, but if you just want to learn, you might want to pop strength and agi scrolls, just so that you can get your 5 runs in an hour. It's better to make some money than no money. Then when you get more confident with the farm, you can drop those scrolls and do it without it. So it's gear level, skill cap, and consumables. And when one of those is lacking, you can kind of bump it up with the other. We don't mind the immolate, we're not going to cloak that. I'll use a Thistle Tea here. Okay, now we're going to cloak. And how much time have we got? 8 seconds? I think we can hit a bandage here. An aquarium, let's see if we get lucky with a nice gem. Nice, thank you, you're welcome, Yvonne. How much gold do you spend for leveling engineering? A lot. A lot. So I leveled NG on this, my main character, and I leveled it as soon as I could. It cost me 155 gold to make 5 repair bots. And repair bots are basically what you make to get up to, it's either 375 or 370, I can't remember now. I think you can make bots until max. I think that's what I did, because I knew they'd be valuable throughout the content. So I donated 55 repair bots, 11 stacks to my guild after making them, and each stack cost 155 gold to make. So that's 1,550 plus 155. So a lot. That's 11 stacks, and I think you make them in 5 stacks, don't you? Yeah, you make them in stacks of 5. So that's whatever, 1700 gold. And that was 11 crafts, which wouldn't have gotten me 11 points. It might have gotten me, you know, 7 or 8 or something like that. So that's just for the last points. I spent 1700 gold just to get to 375. Now it'll be a lot cheaper now, because when I made them, Addy was selling it around 2 gold per adamantite ore. So obviously it's a lot cheaper to do it now. But it is expensive. Okay, we got lockout. So we're gonna heart the chat, send the stuff over, and see what we did. So we got 219 gold in total. Not a great run. If you go into SV, you're gonna get like 290 is like the bottom end. So it looks like SV has actually jumped quite a bit ahead, but this is only 1 hour, it's only 5 runs. We need to do, you know, 100 runs, really, to get any kind of, make any kind of conclusive statement about the farms. Sell this first.
Do not loiter. We will have justice.
At SV, there's a gear cap variable too. Not as much. I was doing SV runs naked to prove or show that it can be done naked. It's not gear reliant if you're doing the non-NG pulls, but the skill cap required to do, again, we have this gear versus skill cap. If you want to roll cons into gear, which kind of makes sense, you could say that it's the gear skill cap dichotomy. And it's the same thing. If you don't have the gear for SV, the required skill cap is much higher. But that just means you need to be more patient with yourself when you're learning it, because you'll get it. It's just a matter of putting in the time. However, if you want to learn it the NG way, which is the safer, more fun way, but it's more expensive, then you want the belt and the boots. And once you have that, you can pick and choose which pull you want to make. You can do an NG pull or a non-NG pull. Just need to master the mechanic. Yeah, exactly. But there are one chest that's particularly difficult if you don't have engineering and you're running it naked. I would not. If I woke up one day and someone's like, "You're going to be running SV today, but every single chest is going to be chest number 1, and you're not allowed to use NG or any gear, and you have to run that all day," that would be not a fun day. Okay, we've got 1350 on. We got so lucky in the last raid night. Now, neither of our SRs dropped from SSC. We SR'd Talon of Ashara main hand, which we lost in the first week to Freka, a rogue in our guild, but he's an excellent rogue, so well deserved. And I haven't seen it since, so it didn't drop last week, and Belt of 100 Deaths didn't drop either. And those were our SRs in SSE and TK. The Warp Spring Coil didn't drop. We were the only rogue, so we would have got it. But the shoulders, let's see what we've got here now. 113, so 100 gold. We didn't put the mana pots up though. So not a great hour out of MT there. However, I don't know if any of you have seen my how to gear, update, upgrade, and use Sims. It's like a guide video I put out last week. And you have to be very careful when you're upgrading, because if you swap out certain pieces that are on the BIS list and you don't understand why they're BIS or why the current gear setup you have is BIS, you're gonna lose a lot of DPS and you will think that you'll be doing more. And basically that's from breaking sets and losing your bonuses. So Waste Walker gives a 35 hit rating from the 2-set bonus, and that's shoulders and hands. It's the best combo we can have. But if you were to swap out the shoulders for Death Mantle shoulders, for example, and think that you're going to be getting an upgrade, you're actually going to be losing about, I think it was 40 DPS. A lot. So the way to break Waste Walkers is to break it with the hands, because the Death Mantle handguards are a really powerful single item. And they're enough once you put those in the hand slot to make up for the loss in hit. So you will, once you regem, your DPS will increase by like 5 or 10 in my loadout. Might be slightly different for you. But basically you need to break it with the gloves. So our SR line that we were going to take was going to be get my main SRs and then pick up whatever tier pieces I could that weren't SR'd, because now there's 3 of them dropping from bosses and so on. So the gloves dropped in SSE and no one had reserved them, and I won them. So straight away I was like super pumped. Didn't get any of my main SRs, but to win the single best DPS upgrade and the best set breaking item in the next tier was huge. Then we went into TK and we did SR the shoulders, and they dropped and we won them. So we got to, in one night, completely replace our Waste Walker with Dark Mantle, which we were very, very happy about. So we do have that Eviscerate and Venom 2 set, which is actually really nice for this farm because it's bursty and we're hitting packs with 5-point Eviscerates. So it adds value there. But as a standalone, just as a set bonus, it's actually very bad compared to, say, tier 4 2 set, which is incredibly strong. Extra slice and dice time. Ah. But I don't have NG. Is it better to skip the hard chest and just get mining nodes? Yeah, definitely. That's a really good way to do it. Go into the dungeon, get all the easy chests, get the mines and the moats, and GTFO, and go again. And then once you have made money and you can get that gear, then you can start folding in that extra chest. But yeah, I mean, you can easily, without gear, chest 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are super easy to get without gear. Just watch the video and do like that. I have a video, SV non-NG edition, and it shows you how to do all of the pulls without any engineering. So go and check that out and just copy that. And if any of them are too difficult, just skip them. And eventually you'll just be like, I'm tired of skipping these, I'm going to learn them. And then you'll do it. I've got 7 minutes lockout. How many rogues do you have? 2. 2 level 70 rogues. What's your opinion on spell hit items to lower pickpocket resist? I heard my opinion is, well, it's a fact that spell hit lowers pickpocket resist. We discovered this on the Rogues Diary Discord in the pre-patch. Now, some people have come out of the woodwork saying, bro, I knew about this since 2005. Okay, good for you. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Like, I'm not too interested in that, but nobody knew about it. There's nothing about it online. No, nothing. Someone in the Rogues Diary Discord said to me, bro, get spell hit gear, it'll reduce your pickpocket. And I did that, and people on the Discord did that, and then we discovered that when we were running circuits, 12-minute pickpocket circuits of Zul'Gurub, we were getting maybe 1 resist in 12 minutes once we put enough spell hit gear on. Whereas before that, all of us were getting 2 we would have to, in a 12-minute run pickpocketing, we would get a resist, vanish, use our prep, pick, get a resist, vanish again, and often we would have to wait until vanish came off cooldown to start the run again. And that was consistent. As soon as we put on spell hit, 25 to 30 spell hit, 25 to 35, anywhere in that range, the resists went down to like 1 in 12 minutes. And everybody, it's just a fact. It's not an opinion. So it works. I have a dedicated spell hit set. I have these 2 rings here. And I have an offhand, which gets me where I want to be with my SV set. But you can also use the Crimson Order robe for 30 spell hit. So spell hit absolutely 100% reduces the resist chance on pickpocket. But it won't completely eliminate it. There's always a 1% chance that you're going to get a resist, even if you hit the cap. I heard rogue is bad, damage dealer and TBC. Is it hard to get group as a rogue? It's hard to get a group as a rogue, yes. We are in the middle of the pack if you go by the top parses. But if you're a good player, you're gonna be top DPS. If you're playing people who are mediocre or even a little bit above average, if you're very good, I am top DPS in almost every heroic that I enter as a rogue. And in raids, I'm in the top 3 DPS usually when conditions are right, which is if I'm in a group comp where I'm getting not necessarily the best parse comp, but like at least 2 or 3 of those, or 2 of those. So like, yeah, it's not bad. I have hold on, I'll show you. We've got 5 minutes to wait for lockout anyway, so this is a 99 parse I got on Gruul while I was exposing. So we just open up with shivs to get our poisons up, and we want our expose armor up. So we expose now. Another Sinister Strike and into Slice and Dice. We want to get that up as soon as possible. We Super Sapper early so we can use another bomb later. Sinister Strike in to get to... We Blade Flurry, we Haze Potion. And then we're trying to get to 5 points so we can Rupture. Okay, now we Rupture, we get a combo point back. We put it straight back into Slice and Dice to keep that up. Now we got 6 seconds left on our Expose Armor. It's about to drop off. So it goes down to 2, down to 1. And we got a Ground Slam, and we actually vanished late on this one. Sprint and Cloak, get back to 5, and now we Expose. So we missed our vanish and we still got a 99 parse, and we're exposing and we still got a 99 parse. And if you look at the damage, I'm top DPS here. The only person who is beating me generally here is a hunter. And technically we're supposed to be beaten by almost every other class, or like any of the bigger classes. Like we should be, this mage should be ahead of us. All of these hunters should be ahead of us. This warlock should be ahead of us. The warriors should be ahead of us. But this is the DPS raw DPS difference between classes is so small in TBC relative to Classic that if you have a decent skill cap and you know the fights and you know the rotation, you can just jump yourself up to the top. We actually kill Gruul in this one. Like everybody else gets stunned, and we kill him before he can shatter, so everybody else in the raid is just black and frozen. You'll see it now. So here we are, 1.7, 1.7, and 2. The 2 hunters, obviously. Here we go. We kill Gruul with a Wind Fury. That gets us to 2nd place. No DST, but check it out. Everybody's frozen because he didn't get to shatter. I killed him before he shattered. They're all just stuck like that. So you can do fine damage, great damage as a rogue. Nice. But finding a group, you're gonna have to get through the retardation that most players have in Classic, because they read something online and they go, rogues are bad in TBC, and then they're like, I'm not inviting you because you're a rogue. When if you're a rogue with a decent skill cap and half decent gear, you'll smoke the other mediocre players who are the best classes. You will smoke them. But that's not how people think in Classic. The people who don't know how to think, that's what they do. You're a rogue, I'm not inviting you, you're bad. It separates. When people ask me for gear score as well, I'm getting invited to raids, it's like, I'm a 99 parsing expose armor rogue. If you want, I don't need that much loot, I'm just here for this or whatever. And people are like, bro, gear score. It's like, okay, I'm not joining that raid. Like, I told you, gear score is a metric that people use to determine the value of a player in a raid. But what gear score is actually pointing to is how much damage you're going to do if you're a DPS, or how much healing you're going to do if you're a healer, and how much mitigation and so on you have if you're a tank. So when you're asking somebody who's joining a raid as a DPS what your gear score is, you're really trying to determine how much DPS are you going to do. But if somebody tells you that they're a 99 parse rogue, and you can check their name on Warcraft logs to see if that's true, you don't need to worry about gear score, because you already know they're going to be doing more damage than 99% of the players on logs in the world. So asking somebody for gear score in a situation like that instantly tells me that these people don't understand what the context in which, like, they don't understand the conversation we're having. You know, I've given them the information that they really need but don't understand they need. That's the information beyond gear score. This is what you can expect from me in terms of damage. And if they still ask you for gear score, they don't even understand why gear score is in the game. So those are raids we're generally not joining. But look, you've poked a sore spot, which is just the mindlessness of groupthink in people with regard to rogues in TBC. But the long story short is, we can do phenomenal damage, we can be top DPS in raid if we're geared and good and in the right comp. But yes, it's going to be very hard to get into a group if you're a rogue, especially if you don't have parses or good gear, so on and so forth. The best way to do it, to approach it, is to spec into expose armor and tell the people, I'm an expose armor rogue, and I will expose for every boss in the raid so that everybody else can pump. then you're offering some value, some support. Rogue is good single target DPS, but raids only need one for their armor debuff, so yes, it's hard getting into groups, yeah. I mean, if the rogues are good, you can take 3 or 4 of them, and you're going to absolutely shred. 3 high skill cap rogues are better by far than 3 mediocre hunters. Like, you're going to beat their DPS if you know the fight. But people don't think like that. Okay, I was wondering, because some people say it's not true. That's really interesting. Thank you. Yeah, the people who have had experiences with... Let me just bandage here. Some people say it's not true. Yes, those people are either in guilds or in communities with people who are knowledgeable of the game and understand the truth of the situation. And when you're dealing with people, like, for example, I went to a heroic 3 days ago. It was a heroic I needed a gem from. I saw there was a group there that needed a DPS. I whispered the guy, 99 parse rogue, up for whatever the dungeon was. I don't need any loot or badges. I don't need any loot. I'm just here for badges, but I would like the unique gem if it drops. So it lets him know what I'm after so that he can make the decision. There's a lot of... If you compete with loot for the group leader, they're not going to invite you because they don't want to take a DPS who might take their loot unless they've hard reserved it, right? So by telling him I don't need any loot except for the unique gem, it immediately puts me into the group in his mind of he's not a threat to my loot. And if I say I'm 99 parse rogue, he immediately knows that my DPS is going to be really good. And that's usually how I will whisper somebody to get invited to a group. But this guy, it was a rare enough guy, and he said, why is parsing important in heroics? Which I thought was kind of a strange question, because it's obvious that it just lets people know that the DPS is going to be really good. So I just replied to him, well, it just lets you know that my DPS is going to be top tier. And a lot of people don't want to invite rogues. So I told him that. I whispered him that. And he said, don't worry, bro, I know how valuable rogues are in TBC. So I knew I was in a decent group with this guy then, because he understands. We have sap, we have blind, we have gouge. We can turn into a support class in a split second and turn our eviscerates into kidney shots. We can turn our global that we would have sinister striked into a gouge to stop incoming damage from one source on the tank or healer or whoever. We can vanish and cheap shot. We can offer a lot of support to the group. So yeah, there are plenty of people who understand TBC, class balance, what they can expect from different classes. 100%. But a lot of people don't. So you get that, you're a rogue, you're bad. And so it happens. Are you always live during raids? I almost always stream my raids when I can. Yeah. Hi King, glad to see you again. Can you do this MT run with full PvP gear? I don't have PvP gear. But if you had PvP gear, this would be even easier, I think. Well, I think what you lose in damage... I'm actually going to sap one of these, because we don't want 2 poisons. What you lose in damage, you make up for in damage mitigation. So there'll be slower fights, but like a little bit safer, I think. So we're going to cloak now because we had that poison up. Got another riposte. Nice. Ghostly. Oh, we don't have any poisons. We need to do all that. Okay, let's eat. Yeah, I need to get my... I'm going to go back into Kara so that I can turn the tier 4 tokens into season 1 PvP. And I'm going to start PvPing sometime this month. And when I start something, I mean, I'm going to do it seriously and try to rank and learn as much as I can. But I know that it's going to be a really big undertaking. It's going to take up a lot of my time. But it is something that I'm really excited to get into. I'm flying back to Europe on Tuesday, well, Wednesday morning technically, but it's more like Tuesday night. It's 1:15 in the morning. It's our midnight. Tuesday midnight, Wednesday morning. So I fly to Munich and then I'm gonna head up to Essen and then over to Amsterdam and then back to Ireland, visiting friends and family on the way. So I'll be busy the next 2 weeks. I will be raiding and I'll be streaming raid from Munich. So that's all good, and I'll still find time to stream some gold farm. But I'm not going to commit to learning PvP and streaming that kind of stuff while I'm here, there, and everywhere. So once I come back to Hanoi, I have an apartment to move into. I'm going to set up the studio and then we're going to pump out the content. Going to get more professional and take it to the next level, basically.
You must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Oh, we forgot to poison up. Okay. See, these are the kinds of mistakes or oversights that you can afford to make if you have very good gear and know the packs and so on. But if you're learning it and you forget the poison, and you maybe forget to save your defensive cooldowns for a certain thing, and then you stack a couple of those little mistakes together, then you're wiping. Man, I love repose so much. It's a shame because generally you don't use repose once you've leveled. And if you dungeon level, like I did, and spam to get up as soon as you can, you never really get a chance to use repose, so you don't spec into it, because you're never getting hit. The tank's getting hit. But when you single target open world farm and quest and stuff like that, repose is the most fun ever. So I fell in love with it when I was leveling years ago in Classic, but never really get to use it again. So to be able to use it now in this farm this way is really nice. I'm strat leveling Rogue right now. Nice one. Nice. Strat is Pala Farm, right? How's that going? What are you paying for a boost, by the way, roughly? It cost me about 8,000 gold to level my second rogue from 61, I think I got to. And then level to 70 mage, SP, over to MT, and then into SL. And it cost about 8,000 gold. Which is why I'm broke, by the way. I'm kind of pumped to try. I saw Habibas, the mage, a really incredible player, knows mage like really well, develops new methods, techniques for doing many different things. Somebody who just goes deep on their class and develops new things. And I was watching Habibas, and he was solo killing the first boss in SL as a mage, just using pathing and firing as he went back and forth, kind of like you did in Dire Maul East, right, with the end boss. I thought, we can't do it now as rogues, our gear isn't good enough, but I think in later phases it might be possible to solo one or two heroic bosses. So it's not going to be valuable for us to do that, but it's more of a flex and a fun challenge, kind of like farming Fellstriker last phase was for me. It's a very difficult farm, even with BIS gear, but very rewarding when you pull it off. We got Fellstriker after about 10 or 12 runs, which was insanely lucky because it's a 2%-ish drop chance. We really should have single targeted this guy. I'm actually going to vanish here. Oh, this is bad. Probably going to die here. Yeah, so we had Stalker up, Witch Poisons, and Darkcaster. We weren't really focused. We should have sapped one, killed the other, but I was chatting and maybe probably overlooked that. But that's okay, we're hitting lockout with 15 minutes to spare anyway, so we can afford to have a death. Dagger or sword for leveling? So it's a personal preference. Depends on what kind of leveling you're doing. If you want to go dungeon leveling, well, if you're going dungeon leveling, you can go combat swords, combat daggers. You're always going to be behind your target, smashing blade flurries. The difference between combat swords and combat daggers isn't that huge, apart from you're missing out on sword spec, which is more valuable than just flat 5 crit, but still combat daggers is still exceptionally good DPS. It's just a little more boring. The reason why is your rotation doesn't change, but your main damage dealing ability in combat swords is Sinister Strike, which is like 30 energy, so you get to hit that kind of often. But with daggers, it's backstab, which is whatever, 60 energy, something like that. So you basically get to push that button. Did I reset? No. You basically get to push that button half as often. So you're waiting a lot, which is kind of boring. So if I was dungeon leveling, bursting, I would go 100% combat swords. But if I was in the open world and I was questing, running around doing quests and stuff like that. Oh no. I'm on autopilot because whenever I come in here and go through, it's never because I've died. So I thought I needed to reset, but I've just locked myself out of... I lost half a dungeon because I thought I was coming into an old dungeon, but I died. Apologies for the wait, guys. But if I was in the open world, I would 100% the most fun build ever as a rogue in TBC is Shadow Step Ambush or Shadow Step Swords, whatever. It's burst. It's so awesome. You're running around in the open world, you shadow step behind a mob, you've immediately got like 20% extra damage on your next attack, you ambush the mob, it crits for a massive yellow number, and then you've got 3 or 4 or 5 combo points, depending on if you've got premeditation up, and then you just hit and expose, or rather an eviscerate, that crits and the thing's just dead. And then you move on to the next. And if you have this, remorseless attacks, you get 40% increased crit chance on your next Sin, Hemo, Backstab, Mute, or Ambush, or Ghostly Strike. And with this, you get 45% flat with 3 talents on your Ambush. So if you have both these stacked together, you have 85% crit chance on your Ambush. Now, it's not actually going to be 85, I think, because the amount that you can crit, you have a crit cap, which is dependent on your hit cap. And unless you have enough, the higher your hit is, the higher your crit cap is. So basically, you're not going to see the most value out of that 85. And in fact, I haven't tested it, but it might be better not to have remorseless and put those somewhere else that's more valuable, because the flat 45% crit you get from this, plus however much crit, let's say that's 20, that's 65% crit chance. If we go over to Warcraft WoW Sims here, melee crit cap under by 37%. Melee crit, okay, it looks like we can get that value. So the most fun is definitely Shadow Step, and you're either daggers for big ambush, or you just go swords with Hemo and Rupture, Serrated Blades. Sorry, not Rupture. You Shadow Step behind something, open up on them, cheap shot if you're not ambush. Then you have 4 points or 3 points, sometimes 5, and then you just eviscerate. And if that didn't work, you just keep Hemoing and then 5-point eviscerate. And because you have so much attack power from this, your eviscerates hit way harder for bigger numbers than they do in combat. And you just onto the next mob, Shadow Step, open, burst, Shadow Step, open, and it's so fast. It's so much fun. So it depends on if you're going to dungeon level or open world. But yeah, we have options, lots of options. Mutilate is fun as well, I'm not going to lie. Mutilate is definitely fun. What's the best professions for mana tombs? I think we didn't need NG here for optimized profit. Yeah, you need mining. Now, if you want to be like, what is the true BIS gold per hour? It's going to be mining and herbalism, because there are herbs in here you can pick. But nobody's going to go herbalism over something like NG or jewel crafting or whatever other profession they have that's going to add to either their PvE experience or PvP experience. If you had a rogue just for farming and you were doing this farm and you wanted to maximize your gold per hour, even then it's more valuable to go NG and then convert your ores into something else. It would work out as more money than it would just having herbalism, I'm sure. But for mana tombs, you don't need NG like SV. You don't need it, but there's a gas cloud in there that we want to get. Okay, we'll go back in. So just mining, really, to get the Addy nodes. And then you can pick whatever you want. That's why a lot of PvP rogues, you see them in here. Because you have to be jewel crafting in PvP. Because the trinket that increases your stealth level is BIS. So PvP rogues are generally mining and jewel crafting. So you'll see a lot of rogues outside the front of this place, and you look at their gear, and it's all PvP gear. We still don't have poisons up. Okay, let's go. Have you ever ganged Alliance? Yes, often. So the first time I ever played this game was 2005 or 2006. Winter 2005 or spring 2006. And my friend, one of my best friends, who I'm going to visit in Germany soon, Rob, he said, hey, do you want to play this game, World of Warcraft? It's really cool. So he dragged me into his friend's internet cafe. That's what they were called at the time. Showing my age here. So I went into this internet cafe / telecommunications shop. And I sat in there for like 7 hours. I made a night elf hunter. I know. I made a night elf hunter. And, mate, I was hooked. I decided after getting the pet that I didn't want the hunter. I didn't want to manage a pet. So I went rogue. But I was a male night elf because I was young and foolish. And I didn't know the truth. And I played him up until about 50, which took me a long time. But my friend, who was a paladin, didn't want to play Pally anymore. And he wanted to play Horde. So he made a warlock. And after I got to level about 50, I joined him. And I went to Horde. And I've been Horde ever since. However, when we played private servers, we went Horde. But when Classic was re-releasing in 2020, I said to my mate Rob, I said, listen, all those years ago, you and I, you wanted to be Horde, and I said, okay, this time I want to be a night elf rogue, female, so I want you to join me, because I joined you on Horde all these years. I want you to come and play with me on Alliance. And he said, okay, that's fine. So I made a night elf rogue on original classic re-release 2020, night elf rogue. And we had her through BWL, and we had full Bloodfang and all the rest of it. And now I alternate. Sometimes I play Horde, sometimes I play Alliance. Whenever I play Alliance, it's Night Elf Rogue. Whenever I play Horde, it's Undead. I know that humans are technically better when you're using swords, which is why I usually play daggers as a Night Elf, and there's no difference. I would love to see you on Arena or World PvP for sure. It would be fun to watch. Well, it's going to be fun to watch because I'm going to get my ass handed to me. And the reason why is because I do not have training in Arena or World PvP. But I am going to learn it. I am. And I will strive to get it as good as I can. But at the start I'm going to get creamed. Because I don't know... Like, if you come in here to Mana Tombs and you don't know which packs you need to save a cloak for, or which mob you should sap to remove from your first burst, i.e. Dark Casters or the poisoning guys, and you just open up on the packs, you're going to get annihilated. And I think PvP is pretty much like that. Except for each class, you need to know what are the things I need to save this for, what are the things I need to save this for, when do I vanish and then resap, when do I not, so on. And you need to know that for each class, and you need to know that how that applies to each comp if you want to be really good. So when I start learning PvP, and I will stream it, 0 to Hero, Arena, Burst. But I'm looking forward to it too, to be honest, brother. I'm good at PvE raiding, and I'm good at gold farming. I just need to get good at Arena, and then I'll be an all-round, well-rounded rogue. A renaissance rogue, if you will. Can you solo that boss? Definitely not yet. Maybe in final phase gear could be possible, but I can promise you that if it can be done, I'll figure out a way to do it. Which best looking rogue, Night Elf or Undead? It's a good question. It's a great question. I love them both. I think that Tier 2 Bloodfang, it looks incredible on Night Elves as well. But it was kind of made for Undead. And it's such a meme, you know? All the scumbag rogue memes from back in the day. Original gangsters, rogues do it from behind. All that OG rogue flavor. All the images were always a full Tier 2 rogue, you know? Undead, rather. But it also looks amazing on Night Elves, females, and almost every piece of armor looks great on them, whereas it doesn't on Undead. Like, these boots are one of the best boots models for Undead. But a lot of boots models will have, if you see the end of the trousers, they have this cartoonish, triangular, cut off, torn off effect. And lots of the boots models have that too. And if you have boots models with that, they look shit. But if you have these thicker models that kind of don't have that, obviously, you can get away with this stuff up here. It doesn't mean too much. We get to see the knees, its bones, it adds to the overall look. Let's reset. But I don't have an answer for you, brother. I love them both. Night Elf female will look good in everything and anything, always. And in my opinion, the Night Elf female model is the best model from a model design, how the gear looks on it, how it behaves, the animations that it performs, how natural they look, how realistic it is. I think Night Elf female is the best model in the game, hands down. But undead have so much character. They have so much character. Their animations are also great. They just lose points on how gear looks on them because of this boots issue. But they're they're very natural as well. So I don't know, I love them both. But if you had to ask me, like, gun to my head, I'd say probably Night Elf. Why don't I pickpocket the mobs? Good question, Randy. I don't pickpocket the mobs because I kind of can't be arsed with it at the moment. Pickpocketing, for me, now we are hitting lockout, so we could fill that time by pickpocketing, but I've done so much of it, and it's kind of optional. If you want to be like hard-nosed about it and say it's the best gold per hour, it's like, yes it is, but it's not worth the 20 minutes for me when I could be doing other things with it. We're sapping this guy. We're popping prep. We got 18 seconds on our blade flurry, so we're gonna wait. You can get lucky with picking and make more money, but for me, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze. And I did get very lucky last week. 3 noble topaz, 1 living ruby in 2 days, like a maybe 24 to 36 hour farming period, where I got 4 best gems from pickpocketing. So you can have days like that, but most of the time you get nothing, and it's a lot of extra effort and hassle. So I just like using, killing. We're not using our cloak here, we're saving it. Have a look down here, we're waiting to see a Shadow Word Pain pop up. There it is, we cloak. $2,680 eviscerate crit. You won't see numbers like that in combat, because in combat we don't have this. And if I had the extra point in there, it'd be even higher. But we're not about to lose Adrenaline Rush for 2% extra AP. I'm actually inclined to sap him, pockets, he poisons us, right? And we got our blade for real. We can just melt through these guys. We got a Star of Alone from the pocket, see that? So we do have pickpocket auto macro to our cheap shot. So we do pick automatically when we cheap, and we just picked a star. But now, especially now, with gem values dropping so low, pickpocketing for me just isn't really worth it anymore. I think we'll just play it safe here. Blind and bandage. I mean, stars are almost worth vendor price now, you know. So you can see, like, it's not a cakewalk. I mean, I didn't use my rush, or my T, or my evasion. But even in, it's not BIS anymore, but this was almost full BIS, phase 1. Even in BIS, very close to BIS gear. You can have fights like with this guy where it just didn't seem to be doing that much damage. He didn't have very good RNG on our combat procs. And he's chunking us down. I bet you'll be a king on PvP too. Thank you, Horde Misfits. I would like to think so, but I'm gonna have to be a fool before I'm a king. And if I have the courage to do that on stream, I'll make it. I'll get the crown. But we have to go through being a fool first. And we gotta fail a lot. So we're looking forward to that. Now, Undead's still the best ugly, handsome character. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Gotcha, thanks, makes sense. No problem. No problem. Yeah, we picked a Living Ruby. We were in Steam Vaults just doing the heroic for trying to get a gem. And the tank pulls one of the two kind of champion guys in front of the tunnel. And the first one starts running toward the tank. And what I usually do in a heroic, when I'm feeling out the strength of the group, when he pulls a pack, the last one, or one of the mobs that's close to last, I'll be waiting for as the pack is pulling toward the tank, and I'll cheap shot them. Then I get 2 combo points that I immediately turn into a slice and dice. And before I've even hit him once, I'm back on the main target. It takes one of the mobs, which is either 50 if you're a champion pack. It's 50% reduced damage on the tank for the first 5 seconds. If it's a 4 pack, it's 25-ish. And it just eases things up for the healer. Gives me a slice and dice that's going to last for the whole fight. And it allows the skull target that the tank, that everyone is attacking, it allows the tank to get more threat on them. And allows me to not over aggro when I do start hitting them, because they've had a second or two to get some threat. So it's a nice opener. So when I'm doing that, when I was in SV, I cheap shotted him, and all I hear is ding. And I look down, I see Living Ruby. I'm like, bro, and people are, I was like, do you see that Living Ruby? They're like, nice pick. Like, where did that come from? Like, pickpocket. So it is nice. It is nice to get those, 100%. What's our lockout situation looking like? I have ordered a Dirty Ron's, Ronald McDonald, Mackie D's, Golden Arches, Big Mac, large meal, which should be here in 40 minutes or so. Let's reset. We got 45 seconds and we're going to go back in again. And we're just going to fill up these bags. We're going to be grinding this all day, because there's still a couple of creases with the build that I want to work out, but I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we have a fresh can of the Black Doctor Coca-Cola. And it will cure all your ails. My grandmother used to give it to me when I was sick as a boy. As long as it was flat, no fizzy bubbles. She'd give me some Coke and she'd be like, sip on that, you'll be alright. And here I am, all these years later, not a tooth left in my head. But we still love Coke, you know, so it's all good. Did we reset? We did. Let's go. Mm-hmm. I think we're safe here. Yeah. Just in case he would have pulled them. Distract is, I don't know what my favorite rogue ability is, but Distract is up there. If you want to add value to the groups you're in, whether it's a raid or a dungeon group or a heroic, whatever, if you're a rogue who knows how to use Distract in instances, you will add so much value to your group, and you'll show that you're like a better rogue. The amount of wipes that have been negated because as a rogue is fighting, they're looking around and they see, oh, there's a patrol moving here. I know in this dungeon it's not the case, but let's say we were fighting this pack here, and I'm looking over here and I see this guy's coming around. Then you're distracting. You know, mid-fight, you distract. And you can do that in all the raids as well. So in Magtheridon, when you're going into the first groups and there's patrols that go left and right, you're keeping an eye out for the patrol. If you're in a pug especially, where they're not very organized, if they're not very organized, and you can see the patrols going back and it's going to pull, you just distract and you save the group. And you can add so much value by doing that. So that's a Dark Caster and a Stalker, so 2 DOTs that we don't want to deal with. However, we have our Adrenaline Rush up and our Blade Flurry, so we're just going to go for it because we're going to be able to kill this guy, no problem, in short order. And even though we have his DOT up, we're gonna, now he's poisoned and we cloak. You can also split packs with Distract, which can be very useful situationally. I'll show you how that works now. So for example, this patrol, one of these is the leader. I'm going to sap one. This guy has stopped moving. He's the leader. He controls the pack. Sap this guy. And he keeps walking. So this guy's not the leader. This guy is. So for example, we take the sap off. Now if we distract the leader, he's gonna stay because he does what the leader does. But if we distract him, didn't get him. It's because of the level change. My worry there wasn't that it would not distract him, actually, it was that it would also distract him, because the rune on the ground isn't exactly the range. You get a little bit outside of that as well. Didn't do it again. Okay, we'll keep moving. And I'll show you another time. I'll show you actually on a pack coming up where it's going to be easier because we don't have this level change shenanigans. How do you handle the locked chest failed attempts? Do you wait for CDs or just reset? First time an instance failed attempt, then on my way out another failed attempt. Reset or wait? Great question. So you're talking about SV, I assume. Show your primary talent and second talent, please. Of course, ask nicely, you get what you want. Alright, so here's my primaries. This is BIS, Combat, Swords. But it's the exposed variation. Sinister Strike, Lightning Reflexes, Precision, Slice and Dice, Endurance, Dual Wheel Spec, Sword Spec, Blade Flurry, Aggression, Expertise, Adrenaline Rush, Vitality, Potency, Surprise Attacks. There's a couple of optional points here. You can take 1 point out of here, put it in here. You could take 1 point out of there, put it in there. So there's two points that are kind of optional, 2 or 3 points here. I just prefer to have this up in raid, so when we're doing trash, I get my evasion back sooner, which means I can pump with Blade Flurry and not have to worry about dying as often. Over in Assassination, we go Malice. Now, we go Malice and Ruthlessness. You can either put 2 points in Murder or put them in Eviscerate. Murder is good for Gruul because he's Dragonkin, and it's good for SSC because they're mostly humanoids. But if you go into Karazhan, there are no Dragonkin humanoid. There's some beasts in the cellar, but nobody hits them. So this is actually useless in Karazhan. That's why we had it into improved Eviscerate. But if you're in SSC TK, it's going to be 5, 3, 2, and 3. This is amazing. It's incredible. This talent will give you more energy in a single fight. More energy than your adrenaline rush will. But the fight has to go on for a certain period of time. There's a cutoff. I'm using exposed armor, so I run 2 here. But if I wasn't the exposed rogue, these 2 would be in here. And that's the BIS. This is BIS sword spec if you're exposed rogue. And if you're not, then you move those 2 there, and you can switch these out for here if you're between raids. These are my secondary talents, my farming talents for here. This is HArP spec. HArP stands for Hemo, Adrenaline Rush, and Preparation. Deception, Speed, Camouflage, Blind and Sap, Range, Ghostly, extra combo points when we open with Cheap, reduce cooldown on Vanish and Blind, Serrated Blades, Armor Pen 560 lets us do more damage, melt through packs. Hemo is our main damage dealing ability with this build. Preparation, so we can reset cooldowns, get our sprint, vanish, sprint, evasion, and vanish if we need it back. Dirty Deeds, 20% extra damage against 35 health and below, and then 8 attack power. It would be 10, but we have to get Adrenaline Rush. So over in combat, we're dodging, hit just so we can get more offhand. We don't need that much hit in here with our gear because they're 64, 66, but still we want this, so these are the best points to get. We've gone deflection and into riposte, which for HArP a lot of people don't do because it's a PvP build, but for this it's perfect. You're taking a lot of damage, you're parrying a lot, and you get this, which it does mental damage. I'll show you now. This is all my damage, and ripostes cost 10 energy, and they're critting for 1488, 1500 crit from a riposte. A Ghostly Strike is critting on average for 1250. Hemo's critting for 1000, so ripostes slap. And they only cost 10 energy. So we love that. Endurance, Sprint Evasion, Dual Wield, Sword Spec, Blade Flurry, Expertise, and Adrenaline Rush. That's the build, brother. And I'm loving it. You lose out on Shadow Step, which is so much fun. In every build that Shadow Step is in, it's just an insanely fun ability to play with. And I was using it in here before, and what I do is just spec swap. Spec swap between the packs and then burst them down. But spec swapping all the time is kind of annoying, to be honest. Well, whatever. Still shredding through them, it's okay. Oh, we ran out of firewater. Get that up. I think we're gonna just play it safe with a gouge bandage. if my gear wasn't as good as it is, this is an example of when you would switch talents around. I would take 3 points out of dodge and put them in here, so I get an extra 1.5 seconds. So in situations like that, where I gouge and bandage, I get a lot more health back. And if you have to do that a lot because you're not killing them fast enough, then it's better to go into gouge. We're just going to prep here, and we're at the stage now where we don't use our prep for vanish at all, just for sprint really and evasion. So we should probably just use it at the start of the dungeon. After we've done the first pack, if prep is up, just use it. Yeah, SV. Okay. So what I do in SV is chest 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Excuse me. If it's chest 1 and 2, and they're locked, we got a lockout, okay. If it's chest 1 and 2 and they're unlocked, then you just go for them straight away and open them, because it's really easy. They're two very easy chests if it's unlocked. If it's locked, what I'll often do, instead of doing the big long pull for those two chests, I'll just NG and risk it. Because if I fail on those, on chest 1 or 2, I can go through the dungeon, get the other chest, get the mines and the moats, and when I come back out again, I'll do it again. On the way back out, I'll usually do the long pull for those chests, because as long as you don't scuff the pull, by the time you get back to that chest, you have minimum 2 attempts, often usually 3 attempts. Well, not usually, but it's a good chance that you'll get 3 attempts, and if your timing's really good, you can get up to 4 attempts on that chest. So I will, on the way back out again, I'll do the long pull on chest 1 or 2, and I'll guarantee the crack. If it's chest 3, 4, and 5, if it's unlocked, you do the NG pull up the tunnel, because you're guaranteed to open it when you get to it, and you only have enough time with the NG pull to do 1 crack. But if it's unlocked, you don't need that extra time. If it's locked, then I do long pull on chest 3, 4, and 5, run up the tunnel, jump into the water, down the water tunnel, up and around, get back to the chest. Then you have 2 or 3 and sometimes 4 attempts, and you almost always open it. Then we move up to the platform, and you've got a chest there. It's either going to be 6, 7, or 8. And in that case, if I have my prep up, I pop it, and I crack that chest. And if I don't have my prep up, I'll use my NG trinket, and if I don't have either of those up, I go and I get the mines and the moats, and I come back, and then I use my prep, or my vanishes come off cooldown, and I get chest either 6, 7, or 8. And that's how I do it, and I never miss a chest. There are rare circumstances where I may have died or scuffed a pull, or you get super unlucky with unlocks, and you get like 2, 3 fails in a row. And in that, if it's in the first half of the dungeon, I go on, carry on with the dungeon, open the rest, come back and do it again. If I'm in a situation where I have 1 chest left, but we're up at like 12 minutes or close to 12 minutes, if I am at 10 minutes and I have 2 minutes to spare, I'll crack the chest. If I don't have time to spare, and I'm in a situation like that, then I leave. But that's very rare. I'll leave and I'll reset and I'll just go in for a fresh one. But it's rare to have that happen. 8 minutes. Let's Hearthstone to Shat. Something else I love about Mana Tombs is it's so close to Shatra. When you Hearthstone out of SV, I mean, it's like still not that far, but it's like 2 times the distance or something like that. So it feels a lot further. Because you just, especially if you're scryers, you just pop on your fly mount and you're at empty in like 60 seconds. But with SV, it's more like 2 or 3 minutes, which isn't huge, but it feels like a lot longer. Another benefit to MT is because we kill so many things, we get a lot more green items. Did you say way to reset? I said reset if you're at the end of the dungeon and you're up at like 12 minutes or close to 12 minutes, which is the amount of time you want to allocate for each dungeon. And it's going to take you like 3 minutes to open the chest. But that's rare. Usually... But if you're learning the farm... Okay, different rule set. When I was developing the NG pulls and trying to learn it, I died all the time, every single pull for so long. Days and days of just throwing myself against the wall, trying to figure it out and just iterating each time. I had a rule. You don't get to reset or leave this dungeon until you've opened both of those chests. And sometimes it would take me like 25 minutes, half an hour to open just that second chest. I just had to. That was the rule. So it's a good rule because if you do that, you're always going to learn and you're always going to be able to do it. Xin chào. Hello. Ciao, Em. Okay, I'll be there in 2 minutes. That is my delivery. I will be right back. And he's ringing me back again. Why? Hello. I'm coming. Thank you. Back with Macca's. Did we open it? No, we didn't. We got a Rogue's Diary. Biss. Biss.
Everything has a price. Farewell.
Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, basically, you should try to open every chest. So I would say for you, crack the chest. Don't reset. And the reason why is you want to open every chest in every run. And once you get good at the pulls and learn the timing so that when you get back to the chest, you have enough time for 2 or 3 openings. And you're gonna learn how to do that faster by opening more chests. And if you skip the ones where you get too many fails, you're gonna undermine your own drive to learn those pulls. And the frustration makes you quit the crack when it could push you to get it. And that's one more chest that you've opened, and you're a little bit closer to always opening every in under 12 minutes. So I would open them. If that's happening to you often, stay inside and open them. But if it happens to you once in a blue moon, just you can skip it. If you're at 12 minutes and it's going to take you 5 minutes to wait for your cooldowns on your belt or whatever, then just reset and go again. You're wasting money then. But if it's happening to you all the time, it's because you're not doing the pulls in a way where you have enough time at the chest to have 2 or 3 attempts at it. And you need to learn how to do that. Otherwise you'll get failures, and that means you won't open the chest and you're not getting as much gold per hour. So 1 minute. I've got 1 minute to inhale this Big Mac, which isn't going to happen. Yeah, but I failed on the way in, went through the dungeon, then failed again. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's very annoying. But yeah. You'll be alright. Can I see your talents? I just showed my talents, but I'll show them very quickly for you again. But I'm not going to go through them. This is my combat spec, riposte. This is for the farm. Down to adrenaline rush and blade flurry. And for subtlety, down to deadliness. That's for this farm. Okay, I'm gonna eat some chips and answer some questions before I go back into the farm. I'm a new rogue player and I like that class because of you. Nice one. Ray Jun Wow. I'm glad you like the class. It's a great class. There's a lot. When I was looking at all the classes, this is years ago, people were saying, the difference between the classes. People often said that rogue is easy to learn but hard to master. And that's true. But I would say it in a slightly different way. I'd say it's very satisfying to play. Just pick up and play. There's a lot to it that's very enjoyable. But the better you get at the class and the more you understand her, the deeper that satisfaction goes when you play. It's an unbelievably satisfying class to play and get good at. Is the black concept a dark UI add-on or from Mask? It's called Dark Mode UI. You like SV or MT more? I like SV more in this TBC go round because I have a lot of emotion invested in learning how to NG pull and open the boxes. And so I developed a farm in Zul'Gurub 6 years ago where I discovered how to mine every node in the instance, and I made a video and it got like 50,000 views, and that's when I launched the channel. So that farm has a special place in my heart because it's something novel and new and something that I applied my creativity to in a way that was really satisfying to do, and then managed to discover something that was valuable for the community. So I have a bias, an emotional bias toward SV this time around, because the same thing has happened. But I really am enjoying MT now with this new HArP build. There's a lot to enjoy about it. So, I don't know. Like today, I prefer doing MT more. But that's because I'm so jaded with doing so many SVs. I've done like 1,000 SVs. And I've been in there so much. But in a month, if I was to do this farm and only this farm for a month, in a month, if you ask me, I'd be like, oh, it's so good to be back in SV again. Mana Tombs get so boring, so I love them both. This is my second day of doing SV, and I've got it down. But I think definitely isn't 500 gold per hour. I don't even think it's 300 gold per hour. I think you need to understand about gold per hour, and this is another idea for a video. Like the fundamentals of gold farming, or how gold farming actually works, something like that. And it will break down gold per hour values. The biggest question I get asked, the most common question is, how much gold per hour? And it's a moot question, because the gold per hour is determined by how much gold you get for the resources you get from your given farm in an hour. But the gold you get from those resources is determined by your server's market and the economy. So the gold per hour that I get isn't going to be the same gold per hour that you get. It depends on your server. However, all things being equal, when I first made the SV video and I added up all of the values, it was 500 gold per hour. But as gems decreased in value throughout the phase, it went down from it was around 450 to 500 when I made the video. Then it dropped after a few weeks to between 400 and 450. And then it dropped, and it stayed at that for about a month. And then gems really started to tank when everybody got all of their gear upgrades up to almost BIS. And people stopped gemming. Then it dropped a lot. Well, not a lot, but another 50 gold or so. On my server, right now, SV is worth 350 gold per hour. 325 to 350 gold per hour still. Because shards have gone up, scrolls have gone up. So it depends on your server's economy. It also, if you do that farm now and you're like, oh look, this is how much my add-on tells me I'm getting out of it. Your add-on is getting the value for those items from the market, from your last auction house scan. And if that's today, and today's a Monday, or a Sunday, or whatever it happens to be, wherever you are, then that's a critical day for the market, because a lot of people raid on Sundays, so the values of things are going to change drastically. But if you go back on a Tuesday, or a Friday, or a Saturday morning, and you scan the auction house, and you go in and you get the exact same number of the exact same items, let's say, hypothetically, it could be worth 50 gold more, or 50 gold less. So gold per hour is a very volatile value number that goes up and down. But on average, all things being equal, the SV farm on my server right now is worth, on the low end, the least you can get from it is about 280, 290 gold per hour, but that's rare. The high end, if you get a ruby and a topaz, you get 3 or 4 good gems in an hour, which you can. It's rare, but you can be up at like 600-700 gold per hour. But that's not going to be the average. The average from your lowest to your, not exactly your highest, but your high runs, is about 325 to 350 gold per hour. It's still insanely lucrative gold farm. Every item price or drop nowadays, it's market based. It's 250 gold per hour because the green items barely sell. Well, that's a man who doesn't disenchant them, which you should be doing, because disenchanting the greens turns them into enchanting materials that always sell. Always, always, always disenchant your greens. If you're vendoring them, you're losing so much gold. So that's wrong, Salthazar, unfortunately. You should not be doing it that way. If you watch my videos, you would know 250 gold per hour is so bad. You should be getting a lot more out of it. I'm just talking about the failed pickpocket attempts. I've got the pulls down. But if you've got the pulls down, how are you getting fails? Because you need to get like 3 in a row twice to get fails. This is why I'm not so sure. Now, rarely it will happen that even with perfect pulling, you get 2 fails in a row. And then they come back, and then you have to do the dungeon, come out and do it on the way back. And then you get 2 fails in a row again. That does happen. And I just reset then. But if it's happening often, then you need to get your timing down on the pulls. Still, it's the best chance farm where it can bump up to 500, depends on your luck of loot. There you go. If you want steady gold per hour, try raw gold stat home. 200 gold per hour, guaranteed, depend on your skill cap, it's not luck. Well, the gold per hour out of SV is baseline guaranteed to 280, 290 minimum. So it's definitely a lot better than strat home. 100% dependent on living ruby luck and market. No, yeah, the BIS super lucky massive gold per hour, 500, 600, 700 gold per hour runs that you get are very rare. Well, the 700 are very, very rare. 600s are very rare. 500s are rare, but you get them. So it's best to wait until Tuesday to sell certain things. No, Tuesday was just an example, dude. You need to look at your market. You need to scan that market house, auction house. Look at the days for Living Ruby. Go to history. Look at the days where it was selling for more and less. And then usually raid nights are the best nights to sell gems or things like that, or scrolls. You know, when everybody is buying and they've bought up all the ones cheaper, the price goes up. So it depends. It's the chest fails. The pulls are perfect. Yeah. So SV is better than Mana Tombs. Just joined. I'm done. I can't. I'm so cooked. No, they're both great. It depends on many factors. SV is better gold per hour. We'll put it like that. Did I reset? Yeah. Let's go. Fresh run. Yes, I understand. I understand they're locked chests. But I don't think you are following me. Okay, we got a worm chest. Yeah, I got you, Valekshi. I know that. I know. If you get 2 or 3 fails in a row on a locked chest, that happens again, that's just bad RNG. Then I leave and reset. But if you're getting back to the chests with the long pulls, a locked chest, and you're only getting 1 or 2 attempts at the chest, then you could be getting more attempts at the chest, which depends on pull timing. Like a perfect pull for a locked chest, say it's 3, 4, or 5, would be a chest where you get normally like 8 times or 7 times out of 10, you get 3 attempts at it. And then the other 3 times out of 10, you get 4 attempts. That's when you really have your timing down and you know like exactly when to do this, that, and the other. In those scenarios, you're almost never finding yourself in a situation where you get enough fails. To get 3 fails in a row is exceptionally rare. And then if you come back to that chest again and you get 3 fails in a row again, I don't think that's ever happened to me. My point is that if the pulls, you say the pulls are perfect, I'm saying there's perfect pulls and there's perfect pulls. The more time you have at the chest, the more lockpicks attempts you have. But yeah, it still happens to me where I'll get 3 fails in a row. Okay, let's reload. It's annoying. Well, it sounds as though it's happening to you enough that it's an annoyance. It is. Look, the lockpick fails are just something you have to accept about the SV farm. But you only have to accept lockpick fails to a certain degree. Looks like we're going deadly. You can reduce the number of fails by increasing the amount of time you have at the chest, by perfecting the pulls. That's my point. So there's a balance between the two. That's why I said earlier that I'm not sure if it's enough that it's an annoyance to you. It could be it's just annoying to you because you don't like failures, but that's part of the farm. Or it's annoying to you because it's happening to you more often than it should or could. And then that will be down to the pulls. Wow, he didn't shadow word paint us once. I can get 6 out of the 8 locations in SV reliably, while the other 2 sometimes I don't bother. Would mana tombs be better in that case? Probably. Probably. The other 2, I'm assuming you're talking about chest 1 and 2? Or chest 1 and 8. Okay, we got a Knight's Eye. Not great. They fell so much, all the gems, in so little time. Star of a Loon were 25 to 30 gold for the first 6 to 8 weeks. And then they started dropping by like, a couple of gold a week or every few days. And now they're Star of a Loon or a gold above vendor. Knight's Eye is the same. Didn't run mana tombs yet. I'm saying multiple. Yes. Forbid 2 log chests for dungeon. You're probably cooked. Can you LP it twice per pull? Can you lockpick it? Yeah. No. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I said it multiple times. I'm going to say it one more time and then I'm not talking about it again. If you do the pulls correctly, you get 2 to 3 attempts at a chest to open it. You're not doing the pulls correctly. You can rarely, if you get your pulls perfect, get 4 attempts at a locked chest. I don't know how many times I've said this now, dude. Please listen. Do the pulls correctly. Watch the video, do the pulls. Okay, you're clogging the chat with the same question, and I've tried to be patient and I've answered it like 3 times and you're not listening. You can get 3 attempts at each chest if you do the pulls properly. So that's it. It's done. Go and do that and you won't have any more lockpick fail problems. At least not enough
I was not expecting company.
that it's eating into your gold per hour.
We are somewhat
Okay.
preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
I can get 1, 2, 5, 7, 8 and forgot which other. I don't know what I got issues on the 3 that are close to each other. I don't know why. Those ones are... That's interesting. Those ones are the easier of the first 5. If they're unlocked, they're the NG ones. Are you using NG or non-NG version of the pull? If you haven't already watched the videos, my videos, I do every single chest using engineering method and every single chest using non-engineering method. So between both of those videos, you'll have all of the information you need to execute each pull properly. Whenever somebody has a problem with a certain pull, there's something you're not doing that you should be, or something you're doing that you should not be doing, or some way that it's different. But you can never see it when you're in it, right? You don't know you're in a blind spot. Otherwise you wouldn't be in a blind spot, right? New talents, yeah, HArP. You're doing NG version. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, HArP talents, bro. We go down combat to pick up Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush. Ah, sorry, wrong talents. Combat. We got Riposte, Sword Spec, Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush. And Subtlety, we just go down normal, pick up Prep, and then get a few more points in attack power. This build absolutely shreds through the packs in here. It's incredible. We don't have Shadow Step, so we lose a bit of mobility, but we don't have to spec swap all the time between these packs like we were doing before. And I'm loving it, to be honest. Really, really enjoying it. It just absolutely melts through these packs. 10 seconds left on our mongoose buff. We're gonna open. I don't want to use my adrenaline rush here because there's a pack just through the tunnel that can often spawn the next chest, or the chest can be spawned behind it, and we need, well, we want AR for that pack. Okay, the NG version. I didn't watch the non-NG version. I'll check it out. Yeah, it's a good one. The non-NG version has way more information about the farm. There's an updated section on why you want a disenchanting alt with macros in there that you can easily level disenchanting or enchanting. Examples of trinkets in the game that you can pick up that can help with the farm. It's a much more comprehensive guide to just stealth farming in general. Okay, 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8. So 3, 4. Hold on, that must be. You're missing 6, and 6 is one of the chests on the platform, which is the exact same pull as chest 7. So I'm assuming you made a mistake there. I don't know what I got issues with the 3 that are close to each other. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 you have issues, and then 6, 7, and 8 you're okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And you're doing the NG pulls, and you're wiping on them. Where are you wiping in the pull? Are you wiping as you try to pull them? When you get up the tunnel and you lost them, you pop your belt, you know, before you pop your boots and burst away from the pack. You're wiping on pull. So you're pulling, and then you're running up the tunnel, and you're getting killed on the way, or you're getting killed when they come around the corner and stack on top of you. Because I'll be able to tell you how to fix it, but I need to know exactly where it's happening.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you personally.
either when I nade or when I'm picking the chest. Okay, we're going to swap over to SV and I'll show you. Have my rogue parked there, second rogue parked there. Right, if you're picking the chest and you're getting wiped, it means that they're coming back down to you and they're on you before you can get your pick off, which is wrong. You have more than enough time with an NG pull. So there's something going on there. We'll get to the bottom of it. I'll show you now. If you're playing the game, the best thing to do is to... If you're playing the game now and you're in SV, that's great. That's perfect. Because you want to be playing along beside me when I show you the thing. So you can practice it immediately. Let me see. Let me spec swap. SV, we've got gloves, belt, boots, NG trinket, charm of alacrity, save. We've got, let me put the frosties in there. Yeah, when they're coming back down, really appreciate this. No problem, brother. No problem. Can't log in now, but I'll come back to the video if it's saved. Yeah, I'm streaming, so it'll be up on stream. But I mean, it doesn't matter too much. You could go to any stream or any video I put out where it's this farm, and you're going to be able to find the chest and just copy that. I don't have the NG trinket. Interesting. That is not essential, but every hour, and this is a classic trinket, by the way, requires NG 200. The schema is dropped by the boss of Gnomragon. Something I love about classic is that these old items can still produce so much value. It's class. I love it. We don't have epic flying on this rogue, so we're going to be a little bit slow to dungeon. Ah, it's all good, of course. I don't mind jumping over to some SV. Now, do we share a lockout? Yeah. To be honest, I boosted this rogue so that I could farm with him. And as soon as I got him to 70, I haven't farmed with him really at all. Because McBacon has all the cool bits on him, but I finally got the belt and the boots for this character. And then I was kind of over SV a bit, you know? I just done it so much. I wanted something different. I wanted to change it up. That's why I went for the HArP MT spec, which I'm loving, I gotta say. I need to double check if my macros are working. Okay, so that's not a macro. Okay. If you have a dodge trinket for this farm, and you have a spec for this farm specifically, then you should macro it into your evasion, because it's 50% dodge chance plus 10%. This 192 is about 10% dodge, so that's 60. So you want both of those up at the same time. Let me just double check. We need the frog step macro. Yeah. I love that invisibility trinket. Saved my ass more than once, especially when bad luck kicks in and both Vanish and Prep are on CD. It's so nice. I don't use it quite like that because you have to actually... Well, with this rogue I probably will because I don't have anything better. But with McBacon I have that trinket plus Morrow's lucky pocket watch. So with evasion and those two trinkets, which do stack, you can pop them both at the same time. I have 101 point something. Perfect. Okay, so we got a chest here and it's unlocked. This is absolutely perfect. Although, I'm not going to rush this one because we want to explain it for my man. Baruta Saku. So we want this patrol to be moving up there, and we want this guy to be well out of the way. And once you get used to the patrols, you're going to know what your timings are. When we pull this chest, we want to be careful. We can get this guy with throw from here, but you want this fella not to be there. You want him over there so he doesn't pull. And these guys, if they pull, you're done. You're dead. You don't want them in the pull. So we need to wait for them to be out of the picture as well. So they got to be up here. So the two big risk factors here for this pull are these guys and the Ellies. Now, we're going to distract these here. And we're probably actually a little bit late. But we might get away with it. Now we got them and we didn't pull the water release. So we blind this guy. And we're not going to go up there because they're going to pull now. But we are going to come here. Macro 1, Macro 2, and boots. Now we're going to shadow step behind this one so we can get even more distance and then vanish. Oh. You will always have enough time to get one crack off when you do it like this. Always. If they're coming in, just wait here. If you're unconfident or uncomfortable, just wait here. And then you can just zap or do whatever to get out. And the same is true. So that pull was like, it wasn't scuffed because we opened it, but it was a little bit scuffy because, as I mentioned, if you go further up the tunnel to the spot, a little further up than when I was, you get even more time. Now, I didn't need that time, but if your frost nade resists or something, you can get one. This guy's the leader, so if we sap him, the rest will stay there. But if we sapped her, one of those, he'd still move, she'd still move, and then we can pull here. But it's the same principle for each of those chests. The one we went for there is the furthest away. So we have a little bit more time at that chest in the same spot in the tunnel than we do for this one anyway. This chest is the trickiest because we have to worry about these guys. We have to worry about these guys. And the only one we can really hit is him or her. So, but we have to come out to here to hit her. If we go too far to the left, we pull them. If we go too far to the right, we pull them. So this chest here, pulling this properly, like a clean pull, is a little bit trickier because you have to wait for him to be away, and you can scoff it kind of easily. But once you get it, you've got it. And normally, if I'm pulling, this would be perfect. If the chest was there, it's perfect. I pull them. Now, they won't pull. I run up here, blind him, and then I run to this spot. And when I'm coming around the corner, I distract them right there. And I wait here. Then it's macro 1, macro 2, and boots. And then you go back to the chest and vanish, and you're all good. Now, yeah. There it is. We gotta resist. Well, we're going now anyway. For better or for worse. Perfect crab placement. Wife aggro for 5 minutes. We'll leave this running and come back to the video. Alright. Thanks again. No problem. Good luck with the wife aggro. How much threat are you pulling, by the way? And what are her defensive cooldowns? Please tell. I want to know. Alright, I don't want to lose my order walking. I'm getting hit, so we vanished there. We got plenty of time. Okay, we would have got one more attempt. But if your timing's perfect, you get 3 attempts at that chest. Now you can pick, but this is my second rogue, and I don't have any of the spell hit gear, so I'm not picking. What do we got? Addy fell, sure. What are we gonna get? 3 modes, 4 modes, 5 modes? We got 3. We'll take it. We can go around the side here if it's this one. Alright. That's it. 2 chests. 4 mines. Modes. 10 minutes. We'll do a few more runs in here. Now that we're here, we might as well stick with it for a while. 5 minutes. Yeah, we got a few more lockouts. That's alright. Big man, I finally got into SSE. SSE going in a few minutes. Jetman. Huge. So hyped. I'd be hyped too. What are your SRs? What have you got going? Let us know. I'm guessing it's going to be Talon of Ashara. And it should be. Unless you're going for Arena. But still, Talon is better. Or maybe you have Dragon Strike, Dragon Maul, whatever it is. That's better than the upgraded. But if it isn't Talon and Belt of 100 Deaths, those are mine anyway. But I'm pumped to hear what yours are and why. Yeah. SSC hype. Yeah, I'm loving the new raid at the moment. We do World Tour now, so starting last week, we do SSC, TK, Gruul, and Mag in one raid session. And it's anywhere from 3.5 to 4 hours. And we pump it out. Bro, that sword is everything. If you care about your damage. I hope all 5 people are rogues. Because if they're not, they really shouldn't be going for that sword. It's really only best for rogues. So it's a shame that there's so many SRs on it. The ring is worth 10 DPS, dude. The sword is worth 50. If you can get the ring and there's no SRs on it, if it drops, you're gonna get 10 DPS. If the sword drops, it's 50 DPS and you have a 20% chance to get it. I'd still be going for the sword. It's huge. But bro, don't worry about what I want. They're your SRs. But the ring is the lowest. The rings, well, the ranged weapon can be a little bit lower, but it's going to pay back more to the rest of your gear because it brings extra hit. But anyway, your rings are pretty much your lowest DPS increasing slot. It's like 10 DPS. Oh, we got a corium. Lovely. Oh, no way. Hold on. Oh, I still can't mine it. That's brutal. What's my mining at? 369. Mate, we can't get the corium. That's horrible. I forgot that I hadn't leveled them all the way up. You need 375 or 370. Because if it's 370, we can get on the way out. Alright, unlocked chest. Excuse me, we can do this pull again for you, bro. And it's this one. So, just checking our patrols. This looks really good. They're going to be like here by the time these guys are like here. And we want to pull when these guys are about here, moving that way. So we'll distract if we need to, but I don't think we need to. This is absolutely perfect. Let's resap. Do we have everything up? We do. We're pulling. We blind. I mean, we don't really need to distract here, but we'll do it anyway. Before they come on us, we want to hit our FAP macro so we don't get stunned. Then our second macro, then our bomb, whoa, then our boots. See, if you leave it even a little bit too long, like I did there, you get into that situation where you're almost one shot. Because this is not my main, and I'm missing Morrow's lucky pocket watch. So when I pop my trinket and my evasion, and I don't have the lots of agi items like I do on my main, so we're missing some dodge. Okay, we can prep. The chest is here, it's locked. I think it will distract. They'll get socialed into the pull. Oh, bollocks. Forgot we used our... Just used our step to get into the room. Okay. Oh, we can't. I don't have first aid on this character. Can you believe that? It's so bad. But I haven't even leveled first aid on him yet. Okay, that's enough time. So we don't have a sprint up, so we're going to step blind to this guy. We get that little speed burst from the step to create distance between this guy, which is lovely. And he's kind of catching, so we're just going to vanish now. Now we have all the time in the world. Alright, this is one attempt. I'm going to... I tried to force a fail. But here's another attempt. We click. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. It's opened. We click. We're waiting. We're waiting. And sometimes you can just get it and re-stealth if your timing. If you got your timing right. So we had 2, possibly 3 attempts at that locked chest with that pull timing. So you should very, very rarely find yourself in a situation where you have to leave a dungeon because you're over 12 minutes. Assuming you're playing well, you're over 12 minutes and you haven't opened one of the chests because of failures. If you get the pulls down, you have multiple attempts at each chest. Hey, where's my swag window for you guys? Apologies. The hell? Just disappeared. Whatever. As long as you guys can see the swag, we're good. need to make an update video for this farm that covers gold per hour. The interesting thing about this farm is that it kind of stabilized at like 350 gold per hour, but yet gems continued to decrease in price, but it's still stabilized at like 325 to 350, even though a month later gems are worth way less, which just like off the rip doesn't seem right. But it's because, of course, the value of other assets that come from this farm has increased. Scrolls of spirit, agi, and strength have all increased by not insignificant numbers. Large prismatic shards are like 20 gold. So some of the things have gone down and other things have gone up, and it's remained at about 350, 325 on my server, which is nice because it means that this farm, as I had said from the beginning, is going to be base until Wrath, because large prismatic shards, scrolls, mana potions, and even healing potions to some extent are bis. The green items from chests that you disenchant, the enchanting materials you get from them are bis, in the sense that they're the highest level materials you can get, and they're going to be in high demand for the entire expansion. As are the scrolls, as are the pots, as are the large prismatic shards. So everything that we get out of here, apart from gems, from moving forward, is just going to always be selling really well, almost instantly, and it's just going to steadily increase in price, which means the gold per hour is going to steadily increase throughout the expansion. And that's not quite as good as it seems on the surface, because those things are going up, scrolls, shards, because the economy is steadily going up, as it does in all phases, in reality, in the real world. It's the same thing. So even though the gold per hour will increase, the price of things in the game and the things you're going to be spending your gold on, like raid cons, are also increasing. So it's going to remain in and around the same in terms of what it can do for you. The benefit is, if you have alts that need to learn something that have a fixed price, like flying or epic flying, then you're getting way more money relative to the cost of that particular thing later on in the expansion than you are now, because that's fixed, whereas the money we get from this keeps going up. Addy, what's my 366 plus 570? If it's 375. No, that is the mining glove. That's annoying. So we have to leave without getting a corium. Don't like that. But soon. We're almost there. We need 4 more skill points and we're good. Not Shaken 5527. I got it last night, replacing Blade Fist. That is a very nice replacement to the Blade Fist. Wow. Such a big upgrade. Main hand weapon for Rogue is the biggest upgrade you'll ever get, apart from something insanely broken like DST. But even then, you have to get to DST level brokenness in order to beat a main hand weapon as a DPS upgrade. For rogues, it's just too important. Now I have to go for the sword. Yeah. If you're a rogue, your main hand weapon is always your most important priority. Always. Full LV is good. Throwing it out how goated Rogue's Diary is for taking the time to show a fellow rogue how to do these pulls in real time. I have a hard time with these ones myself, so it's great to see the reps. 100% man, no problem. And honestly, I felt a little bit bad because I lost my patience with someone in the chat earlier on because they were asking the same question again and again and they weren't listening to my answer. And I answered their question 3 or 4 times and they obviously weren't listening, which just grates on me, because if you're going to ask a question and you're not listening, then I have to repeat myself, and then the rest of the people watching don't want to have to listen to that same information being said again. It's boring, and it's one of the factors that will cause people to leave a stream. So every time I do that, I'm making the experience worse for the other people watching, just to answer a question for somebody who I've already answered, but they weren't listening. So I got fucking tilted with that dude, and I was probably a little bit more short with him than I should have. But so that factored in to me. I mean, it didn't, to be honest. When people ask me an honest question like that, how you do it, and if I'm in a position where I can just switch over and show somebody, then I will, generally. So it was just good timing. And I don't mind doing that at all. Yeah, so that's pretty much the honest answer to it. And you're very welcome. Is there a minimum gear for this? For this? No. Go to Rogue's Diary, go to my videos. There's the best gold farm in TBC, NG edition, which is this one, and then non-NG edition. I'm going to distract him here because I'm going to pull, and I'm not too worried about where this pack is because I'm going to just belt anyway. And do this. Now my belt actually failed there, see that? Complete vulnerability. You take extra damage from everything. But since we don't need the belt and the boots on these chests up here, 6, 7, and 8, if it's not locked, we got the stream surgers. Okay, we need to vanish. So we distracted them and we pulled. But when we pulled and ran back up, the last Naga to come out of that pack was trailing behind. And as the Ellies came back out of their patrol, it pulled them, it socialed them. And if you get the Ellies in the pull, especially if you're learning, it's better to just vanish and reset. I can survive the pull and open chests with Ellies in them, but you have to use all of your stuff, and it's a bit of a ball ache, but it can be done. I was so set in 1 second. I was so set in how to do these pulls because I had been doing them for so long in a certain way that when I was making the non-NG video, that I completely overlooked the fact that if you're doing this pull on these chests here, you don't actually need your belt or your boots for anything else. I was so used to keeping the belt and the boots because I was using them at one stage on every pull, or wanting to have them ready for every pull. But the farm has developed so much so that we're in a position now where we never need it for any of these chests up here. And we're not worried about it not having it. So for those first pulls, if you have boots and belt, even if you're not doing the NG pull, you're doing the long pull because it's locked, you can still just use your belt and boots to get through that tunnel. And it's something that I forget to do so often because I'm so used to not using them, but only using them for the pulls that I kind of quote unquote have to. I'm still in that mindset from older grooves. So I'm only just now kind of breaking out of it, using my belt and boots here and going for gold. So we can actually pull here, even though we've got a minute left on Vanish. It's fine because it's going to be, we just fat fingered our disastrous. Just fat fingered our evasion, but we don't need it, so it's alright. and we have plenty of time. You can go at a minute, you can pull. Even a little bit longer, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, so there's no minimum gear, but it's much more difficult if you're not NG. The NG version, the minimum gear requirements are kind of the belt and the boots. And you always want, oh shit, the dark leather gloves, which we'll equip after this chest. Increase your lockpick and kill slightly. The gloves are your minimum gear requirement. And then if you want to do the NG thing, the belt and the boots. I think we can shadow step. No, he pulled. It's alright. Once you get the initial pull down, you'll be in here and you'll realize that after a while, you realize, oh, I don't actually have to do it that way. I can also do it this way. And you'll find there's like 6. Okay, we got a failure, so we click again. We got plenty of time now. And we got a second time. We would have distracted, clicked again here. We would have opened it. And that's 3 attempts. And like I said, if you get perfect timing on the lower chests, you can even get 4 attempts at one chest. I'm leveling and enchanting all just for this farm, yeah. You only need to get them to level 35, by the way. It makes the greens gold so much better. It's phenomenal. It's a huge, huge difference. It's so good. NG edition requires some gold investment for the items, but non-NG you can do basically nothing. Exactly. You just need a spec for subtlety, precisely. And the gloves. You don't have to have them again. But they're only like, oh, they're 250 now. They're going up. They used to be like 30 silver on the auction house, but it's nothing. How long did it take you to get these pulls down? Been trying for over a day. Over a day. I was in here a week after launch. I'll tell you exactly how long. When my first video launched. It took me, I think, a week to make the first video. Or is it? Here we go. When did I make this?
Or if you're lucky, they can drop.
2 months ago. When exactly? The 21st of March. Okay. March, okay. So, TBC released, I believe, on the 10th of February. And I was farming Primal Fire. I bought my first Blink Strike somewhere around here. And then I moved over to SV. Then I was like, how do I figure out how to open these chests? Because on all the guides online, none of them showed or had figured out how to open the locked chests in the first room. And from around this is 3rd week, February, all of this, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, where are we, February, March, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Now, that wasn't me learning to get the pulls down, that was me actually developing, trying and failing to discover if the pulls would actually work. But in order to get them down, it's going to take you a few days of solid farming to get them like at a decent level where you can do the farm and get 5 runs in an hour pretty consistently. It's going to take you like multiple days. It's like Mage AoE farming. You don't get it straight away. And even after you've gotten it, for weeks, after you've gotten this down, you're going to be going, oh, I don't actually need to go right here. I can go over here. Oh, I don't actually have, the timing doesn't actually have to be right there. It can be like there as well because of this. There's way too much information to put into the guides, but the guides that I've made are about 5% of the information that's actually applicable to the farm. But there's no point telling people who are at this level about the stuff that you are going to learn yourself and pick up intuitively at this level, because in order to pick that up, you need to be at this level. So there's so much about this farm that isn't in the guides, because it's useless to people if they don't know X first. So how long is it going to take you to get it down? Give it a week of solid farming and you're going to be fine. Then you're going to find a month later that you've discovered some new aspect of the farm, or you'll be back on going, hey, I did this. And you're like, yeah, that's another way you can do that. There's no point putting that into the farm. You put the most basic cookie cutter version of the farm that is the least amount of risk, the most amount of reward, and the easiest to replicate for everybody to pick up. And then once you get in here and learn that, you'll realize there's about 15 different ways you can actually do it. And you'll figure those out as you just farm in here. Cheers for the info. No problem, brother. You're very welcome. High skill ceiling makes it fun. Exactly. Exactly. How did I miss a chest? Ah, I scuffed the pull. I remember now. Now it's unlocked, isn't it? Why was I even going up to the top to do the long pull when it's unlocked? Foolish. If it's unlocked, always NG pull. Because you only need to go to there and you're guaranteed to crack it open. If it's locked, you go long pull. Because you only get one attempt and it might fail. Then you long pull and you get back to it. You have minimum 2, usually 3, and often 4. So we're waiting for these guys to move. And we also want... Okay, this is looking really good. This is going to be very nice. Yeah, we're going to go now. Actually, not just yet. We're going to wait for him to move. And they're going to be coming down again now. So we're going to need to distract here. And we should just squeeze through that gap. Nope, that's okay though. And again, step. I just started, see that shadow step trick? I just started using that like a week ago. I had step up and it really gives you a little bit of extra time. And you don't have to worry about these guys because you get that speed burst. You can break the distance and then vanish. We might as well pick this up while we're here. Did we get the mines and the moats this run? Yeah. Do you have tips to reduce resist on pickpocket? I only know boots with stealth stat and enchant back. Oh, spell hit 100% works. We proved that. And you won't find anything about it online because we proved it in the pre-patch. So many people came on the chat. This is AI bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about. This is kind of annoying, but we're gonna see if we can do this. No. Spell hit works 100%. go watch my video, this one, and it proves it. No NGSV. There's a section in here on pickpocketing where I show
If you want to learn to earn more money than Trump and vanish faster than the Epstein, for the corner, slide down.
pickpocket. This shows you pickpocketing mobs with spell hit on.
Lowers pickpocket resist chance.
So this is
I used
5
this
minutes
tech back
of
in
me
pre-vanish
continually
when I
picking the
found
same
world
mob
first spy
over and over
server
again
and proved that you could
with
get
like
TBC
90
epics
spell
in
hit
the
or
pre-patch.
something.
One of the most common pieces of feedback was,
So
"I can't
it's a
find
spell,
anything online
so
about
spell hit reduces the resist chance.
blah, blah,
Not
blah."
to zero, you'll
Well,
still get
including this
resists,
5
but
minute
it's very,
section
very
where
rare.
We pick this mob in spell
However,
hit gear and don't get a single hit works. But I'm
Now
gonna
we swap
switch
over
out
to
of the
full
spell hit
Bloodfang
gear
with no
into
spell
the
hit gear.
Bloodfang, and I'm going to show you spell hit cap on the Rogues Diary Discord. But my golden rule is you never know.
And here
until
we
you
go,
test.
no spell
And I don't
hit.
know if this spell
Resist,
a strange
almost straight away.
classification is
So we
different.
vanish, we
You
go
can see
again,
we're getting
no spell
resists
hit,
almost
pick,
immediately with no spell
resist
hit.
again.
Once you got the farm down.
So 5 minutes with spell hit, no resists, and resists in the first few seconds without it. So yeah, spell hit absolutely affects pickpocket. You can get, this is what you really want to know now. How do I reduce spell hit? Or how do I increase spell hit? You can buy on the auction house. Let's see. You can buy on the auction house the robe of the Crimson Order. Unfortunately, it doesn't show here in trash loot. But it's a 30 spell hit chest robe. It's worth 15 gold or something on the auction house. Buy that. You can also get from the Spirit Shard vendor in Terracarb Forest. You can get a spell hit PvP ring. You can get the Scryer's Blood Gem if you're Scryers, which is really nice, which gives you 32 spell hit. This on its own is almost enough to hit spell hit cap, just that. So you don't need much, but I would aim for 40. People say it's a little bit less than that, but I'm not sure. Because I haven't tested it myself. And I know the logic they're using, it's the spell hit cap versus a level 70 mob, but they're applying that logic from normal spellcasters. And this is a physical magic school spell, pickpocket. So it's a tricky category, and I'm not sure how, if normal spell hit conditions apply to that. I have a hunch that it's a little bit higher. But anyway, 40 spell hit is going to reduce your resists to very close to 1% or 2%. And it's going to very much change the farm. But I don't pickpocket anymore. Not on this character, because I don't have the spell hit rings. We're resetting here. But even on McBacon, my main, okay, we're sending stuff across. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering why I didn't set my Hearthstone to Shatra, but because I don't have epic flying on this character. I don't want to be that far away. Hi Rainbow, hey dude, I seen some rogues talking in Manitoum's chat about killing the giant rock boss solo. I haven't figured out how they do it, but you can get blues from him and can mine him after. Ooh. Okay, challenge accepted. I'm running both the robe and Scryer's trinket and I get an average of 1 resist per run, way less than what I had before running them. Yeah. I used to easily have 3 to 4 resists, yeah. Exactly. And 3 to 4 resists is like a death trap in SV, because unless you're close to a safe spot, you're in trouble. Alright, let's turn these into everything and disenchant. Oh, I'd love to see that kill. Okay. Let's see, I seen some rogues talking in Manitoum's chat talking about killing the giant. When you say they're talking about killing it, do you mean they're saying that they are killing it, they are farming it, they've figured out how to do it, or they want to know how to do it? Because if they've figured out how to do it, then it's possible. With this gear, with a certain rotation, with certain shenanigans, it's possible to do it. And then I will go and we'll attempt to do it. But if they're just talking about wanting to do it, then it's still impossible. So let me know. Yes, they have done it. Okay. I know that FAPS... Can you give me more information, Irene? I think you need FAPS. Oh, of course, I swear I didn't see that. But you need to FAP the stun. I was FAPing the stun, just doing it in heroics. FAP the stun, okay. We FAP the stun. We have over 100% dodge with our trinket. Oh, this is going to be fun. I can't wait to do this. I fear worded myself. Interesting. We're saving up. We're saving up for 2 things. Well, we're saving up for 1 thing really. Belt of Deep Shadow. I thought it would require gear from later phases to be able to do it. But this is cool. Now I wonder which spec we're going to go into for it. Do we just burst it down in combat? Or do we slow bleed him with subtlety and have double evasion with preparation, right? It might be better to long play it. And they have basically the same gear I do, some tier 5 and Talon. And Talon's a big part of it for sure. Can you tell me any more information about how they did it? Or could you ask them, are they using combat or subtlety? But we're going to go in there now with McBacon, we're going to kill him. Now, we might not kill him right now. Might take us a little minute to figure it out. But we're gonna do that. Oh, hold on. I'm not in a guild on this character, of course. Oi. Okay, whenever I'm done. We'll do that later. I want to get back into Mana Tombs now and kill this boss. Pumped. I don't have much more info. I was honestly just reading their chat, but yeah, I've seen something about the FAPs and having decent gear, and that's definitely hard. Yeah, 100%. It'll be hard. I'm gonna ask Freka, who's the rogue in my guild that won Talon first week midnight launch raid. It was just me and him, and he won it. But he was exposing for me. Let me see if he's online. I'm asking Freka. We need to go home and get Fabs. 100%. But that is absolutely... Like, if we can get it down, if people can do it in this phase, my hunch is that it's not going to be... It's something that's possible, but it'll be risky and kind of inconsistent. However, because Mana Tombs takes us such little time compared to SV to clear out all the chests and mines, if you're not pickpocketing, we have a lot of extra time in the hour to attempt things like that. So that's really nice. Once we figure out how to kill him and add that to the farm, that'll... I don't know which is going to be better than SV or MT. MT might be better at that point. Let's get our Faps. Let's change into our stupid, sexy tier 2. And on a horse. A pale horse. But man, if it's doable, that's crazy bonus money, yeah. Well, we get a few... Yeah, no, it is crazy. It's a very nice little boost. Faps. No Faps. No Faps left. Huh. Okay. He's a high armor target, so I think exposing maybe. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sneha. Appreciate you. Let's see how much Faps they're selling for. First, Belt of Deep Shadow. Okay, pricier than they were a few days ago. They were selling for... the first number was a 3. It was high 3s, but first was a 3, so we're not going to be buying that at that price. Faps. 45 silver, we love to see it. Let's just buy 5 for now because that's literally all we can afford at the minute.
What now?
I mean, if we wanted to go all out, we'd buy a Nightmare Seed, we'd use Major Agility, and then we'd have a defensive or armor guardian elixir on the other side. But the money we're spending on those consumables would be basically negate the price of the valuables we get from him. Ish. And if it doesn't negate them, it'll eat them into them to make them kind of obsolete. But that doesn't matter, because killing Tavarok now is the most baller thing we can do. I'm so pumped for this, I swear to God. We're going to go 5 faps for now, just to get the ball rolling, and then we're going to be in here all night, if this is the thing, to figure out how to do it. I think we'll do 1 attempt each run, probably. You know, if we're going to die, we'll vanish and head on with the run, then reset, go in and do it again. So we'll just add it to the gold farm. Then again, when I get super focused on something, I'm just like, nope, we're just doing this, we're just killing him. I'm gonna bring out the Barrow of Peasant Caller out of retirement, because that spawns 3 mobs. That's a really nice shenanigans trinket. We're gonna take Morrow's Lucky Pocket Watch. We'll take the belt because it's a 4000 damage shield. It might be worth more than our DPS to have that 4k shield than it is the extra DPS off the belt. So I think that's probably gonna be the right call here. No, we want all of those. No much cloaking device will take. Charm of Alacrity we need. Who took the wrong ring? Guess who took the wrong ring at the end of the quest for the start of the next phase, which is the BIS ring for the phase that you can't switch until you reach Exalted. Guess. Take one guess. Just one guess who took the wrong ring. Rushing into BM. Pain in the arse. Okay, let's take a few more of those. I don't know if I want to drop a A spot on it, to be honest. Let's take some hit food. I don't know if I really want to drop those on it either. Because Agi, 7 gold, 75 gold, that's like 15 gold. I can't remember what he mines, but I remember it's you get a lesser planar essence, maybe a greater planar, a couple of uncommon gems. You can get a rare gem, but I don't think, like, it's a nice boost to gold, but not if it's gonna cost you scrolls to use it. So we're gonna try and do it without anything major at the start. We will take a target dummy though, just for shenanigans.
Remember the sun well.
So let's go. Let's do something like that. Now, interestingly, I think this spec might actually be pretty BIS for what we're doing here, because we have the serrated blades. Obviously he has a lot of armor, right? And Hemo. Where's the rupture damage? There it is. 30% increased rupture damage. It's huge for getting past armor. And the rupture ticks are buffed by Hemo, as far as I know. So they really complement each other. We can prep and double evasion. So outside of a modified spec specifically for this farm, and by the way, if we manage to do this, and it's killing him is easy enough or successful enough to be able to replicate it each run with maybe one of them failing in an hour, that would be 1 or 2 failures in an hour, that would still be worth doing it. But if it's something that you have to go all out with all cons just to get it once, it's not going to be worth doing it. But if it is worth doing it, we'll most certainly respec into, we'll modify either our HArP spec or the other spec into it. Okay, swag's up, things up. I honestly thought if anyone's going to figure it out, it would be you. Yeah, well, thank you for reminding me, because I didn't know that it was possible, and I had kind of shelved it until a future phase. Can I ask why corium or stacking for later phase? It's just a test. It might be worth a lot more in phase 6. Jewel crafting gives 2 bis. Well, they're second bis, but they're very good items. And everybody wants to spec into jewel crafting to get those. And also, when Wrath releases after the last phase, jewel crafting and engineering are the 2 best professions for DPS, PV DPS. So, being jewel crafter already at the end, in the final phase of TBC, is really useful because you don't have to spend a load of money and time leveling jewel crafting again. So a lot of people switch to jewel crafting for both the BIS items in the last phase and for Wrath. So those BIS items both require a lot of corium to make. So I've stacked them here because very little requires corium now, but there's relatively a lot of it on the market because there's no real use for it, but everybody needs those things in phase 5. I am going to... Isn't it BIS before Exalted anyways? Isn't it BIS before Exalted? Yeah, the ring. Yeah, I know, bro. No, you're killing me. It might be. I'm not sure. I would have to sim it out. I think at basic and like friendly and honored, it's probably not. Revered, it might be BIS or close to BIS, but Exalted, it's definitely BIS. But I don't know. By the way, the Alacrity trinket is available to Alliance 2. Yeah. That was a mistake. When you're making a video, there's like 200 individual data points you have to try to remember, and I'm new to this stuff, so it's a lot, and I made mistakes, you know, that happens. A couple of adamantite ore, a couple of lesser planers, yeah. Yo, do you use morph? Morph? Oh, you mean from the NG trinket, where you get the different things? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a bio. I'm gonna have a smoke, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna attempt this boss. But first, I still think this HArP spec is probably pretty close to BIS. We have deflection and parry. We've got riposte. I think this is going to be pretty solid. But what I will do... What level is he now? I don't need the hit. So I can get rid of Romulo's here. And I can put in the pocket watch. Now, if I pop this, do I get the watch as well? No. It popped Bloodlust. It's just a macro thing for me. Okay. I don't think it's worth losing Brooch, but there's something else we can do here that not a lot of people are aware of. We can pop a combat pet, which is either one of these peasants or a target dummy. Then we can vanish. Then we can swap our trinkets around, but we don't reset the fight because we've got a combat pet out, which means that even though you've vanished, you're not technically out of combat even though you're in stealth, because you have a combat pet up. So the boss will attack your pet, and as soon as your pet's dead, even if you're in stealth, it will run back to you. So it's a way to swap your trinkets around and get the value out of 4 trinkets instead of 2, while not dropping combat when you're soloing a boss in a dungeon or something like that. So we have some options here. I think it's probably safe to belt here. We don't need that hit. The AP is very nice, obviously, but we don't need that hit. So we will belt, and we'll go with the pocket watch, and we'll keep brooch. And we need faps. And we need faps on pull. Okay, I'm gonna bio, have a quick smoke, come back, and then we'll try and down this boss. I'm pumped, and I love a challenge. Fucking love a challenge. We already got Fell Strikers, that solo, and that's done. But this is gonna be banger. And it's so good that you're telling me this now, that it's possible, because we can go and do it, and I'm recording this stuff for the Mana Tombs video. So we'll be able to show people not only how to do Mana Tombs, but how to kill the boss in Mana Tombs, which is going to be sick, because I don't think, as far as I know, there isn't a video out there showing people how to do that. So we're going to be flying. Alright. Let's do it. We're gonna need deadly poison. Yeah. Let's just do it. Yo, to use morph, no worries. I was thinking HArP as well for this. Yeah, makes sense, right? Now we might still need the pure combat burst. But I mean, we don't really need surprise attacks. It's 10% extra damage on Sin. And combat potency is nice for the energy regen. But I don't think that's going to make it or break it. Pretty slow pack, if I'm going to be honest. I already killed those two, the first two, a lot faster. Got a noble topaz. That's a nice start. Yeah, that's a very nice start. There he is. We're gonna tank him here. Away from those guys. Doesn't actually say how much health he has. Let's get our food buff up. I think we'll pop protection here. It's not worth that much. It's our first attempt, so we're gonna wait for evasion to come off as well, so we get two of them. Did Fracka answer our question, actually? Oh. Now, how about dummy swapping? We're gonna do it first without. Let's get the belt up. Let's change that macro to include belt. Let's not actually, because it's a waste. If we put the belt over the evasion, we want them separate. How do we want to open? With a garrote, I think. We're going to belt straight away, I believe. And fap. Oh, we can't fap. That's bad. We don't have rupture up, holy shit. We are not prepared. Now we're gonna do that and that. We don't even have our slice and dice on. Yeah, we're not well prepared for this. We couldn't fap. So we're gonna vanish if we can. We're dead. But we can work with that for sure. Yeah, this is doable. It's gonna be hard, but it's gonna be doable. So let's get what we need on our bars, right? Do we expose? I wonder. And shiv. I think we shiv to get our deadlies up as fast as possible. $90k health. Okay. $90k. Let's say we can do 900 consistently because we had a very scuffy pull. If we do 900 DPS, 10 seconds is 9,000, 100 seconds is 90,000. Okay, so we're going to try the trinket swap this time. We're going to have to make a separate macro for it. We'll do that. We're just going to figure it out. We need to wait 5 minutes for our prep to come off. So we're going to theory craft and figure out what the best way to do it is. So the 4 trinkets that we want to be using, well, we want our DPS trinkets anyway. Kind of. We want our 2 dodge trinkets, and then maybe we want barrows. And I think maybe we start with barrows. Now, we can't use belt because FAP and belt share a cooldown. So we're going to go back to Death Dealer. I'm not going to use target dummy because Barovs will sort that for us. Okay, we are going to use target dummy. Then we need a macro. I'm going to try it this way first. There's going to be a 30-second cooldown on these trinkets. That's the other thing to consider. So initially I'm thinking we open on him, we pop Adrenaline Rush, Blade Flurry, Fab, and we burst him as much as we can. Maybe we pop Evasion. Then once we've used up Brooch, we pop Target Dummy so we have a combat pet. Insta Vanish, swap both of these out for the Pocket Watch and the Charm of Alacrity. Go back on the boss, survive for 30 seconds, and then we have 101% dodge for another 10 seconds. Or we use these first. Let's do that. We use these first, and then we swap over to the others. It says test to see if the equip slot works. No, I'm missing something. Okay. Equip slot works. Can't vanish. So we open on the boss, build our combo points, yada yada yada. We evasion, we fap on pull. We need to do this first to go into stealth. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, this, and this. I think we expose. I'm gonna fap. I should have fapped just before Crystal Prison, but whatever. We're gonna prep and evasion again. Oops, fat finger. Now our evasion's off. We got a Crystal Prison, damn. Where's my... Oh, I can't target dummy. Target dummy shares a cooldown with what? Probably FAP. Okay. Are the Ravager dogs roughly the same DPS as Warp Burgers? I'm not sure what Warp Burgers do. Well, I've eaten them many times, I just don't know specifically. I know they increase stuff. No, Warp Burgers and Grilled Mudfish are more DPS. Well, they give you 20 agi, but you also get crit out of agi and stuff. The other one gives you 40 AP. I use the AP because you could use either of them, really. The Ravager dogs are just cheap, and AP will give you more rupture damage, increased by attack power, and more flat white damage. And I thought with HArP, probably squeeze a little bit extra out of it. It shares CD with Hellstone and Thistle Tea. I just used a Vanish. But if it worked properly... They were already equipped, weren't they? Yeah. Share CD, okay. If this guy is killable, which I think he definitely is, he's definitely not going to be killable in this phase. Maybe with full phase 2 bis, it becomes easy enough that you can do it consistently. But as it stands, looking at how we're getting on, I think we can kill him if we get a lucky combat, and we figure out the best use of our consumables and rotation, so on. I think that it's possible to kill him, but I don't think it's going to be profitable to kill him at the moment. mean, we could take 4 points out of this. We definitely don't want to lose prep because we get double. If we're sticking with this build, prep is non-negotiable because we get double evasion. Hemo with serrated blades is non-negotiable because it's high armor target. Dirty Deeds is non-negotiable. 20% more damage against a guy with 35 less or less health. We could move 8% increased attack power to get 4% more stamina, which is going to give us 4.5 is 10%. Sorry, 1%. So 18 more stamina, 180 more health, and 2% total agility, which is going to be 5.8, 10, 8, and 16, 11.6 agility. Not sure it's worth it for 8% increased attack power. It's definitely not. Now, that would be really big against him. Reduce the chance you're critically hit by melee and ranged attacks by 2%. That's huge. Setup. Sorry. Yeah, setup. This would be big. Much better than initiative for this boss, because we'd get a 45% chance to add a combo point after dodging one of his attacks. And with such a high dodge rating, we can dodge everything. So we can get full combo points back with setup. So we might want to respec into that, out of this, and into that. Then we're going to get more. We're going to get combo points very quickly. And we have to have those 5. We have those 5. 5, 10. We've got a spare point here that we could put in there. We'll have to do a bit of fiddling with the talents. Okay, let's just go pure. We'll try it one more time without prep, just to practice a bit. Let me eat some food. And not insta-cancel, because I move. Samwise, this isn't Civ 5. We're trying to kill this boss here. Apparently it's possible, and it looks like it definitely is. Two minutes on prep. Let's just kill him and die. Or die trying to kill him. Crystal Prison is coming.
Stun
It's
incoming.
coming. Oh, I should have fapped earlier. It's going to be very tough. Do you think you need to? Oh, of course. We do Ghostly Strike whenever we can. Whenever we can. Can I see your gear? Sure. NG goggles. BIS. This is PvE. BIS. BIS. And they're actually BIS now. I swapped Waste Walkers out for 2 of them. And this is more DPS than Waste Walkers, even with the extra hit. Even when we lose the hit with this. Biss Cape, Netherblade, Phase 1 Biss, Phase 2 Biss, Blink Strike, we lost Talon, Latros, Sun Fury Bow, Brooch, Romulus, Phase 2 Biss, Phase 1 Biss, Phase 2 Biss, Netherblade, but we're not swapping them out even though we have Skulker's Greaves, which are on their own a singular, better DPS item. But I have a 2 set, so it's worth way less DPS. Death Dealer, Phase 1 Biss, and yeah, Death Mantle Handguards. Ah, you have it already, sorry, did not see your talent. You're in combat spec. Ah, yeah. Let's see. Okay, when I try the trinket shenanigans. I don't want to fap straight away because you're wasting all that time. I want to fap just before he does it. But my DBM bar, it said it was like 8 seconds away or whatever. And then he earthquaked me, so maybe that's a slightly different... Maybe the timing's off, or it's a slightly different mechanic. I think we're in the position where we need to pop scrolls to kill him, but if that's the case, I don't really want to do it. I would pop them just to get the kill, but since we don't have elixirs or anything else, I don't want to waste them now. We might go back and get a flask. Now, we're running dodge. I'm not going to use Thistle Tea, I'm going to use the NG Trinket, or the NG Target Dummy, and then Vanish and swap. Oh, we can't have to be fab. Maybe. In that case, I think Peasant Caller is probably better. Alright. Food, yada yada yada. We're gonna garrote, slice and dice, evasion, big pump. Then we're gonna pop barrows, vanish, and swap back to our DPS trinkets.
Stun incoming.
Bollocks. It didn't work. Wonder if there's a safe spot.
Stun incoming.
Let's just die then. Yeah, no shit. I missed the free action potion timing. So we use barrows, and then we hit this. Hope that was the right one. If it's the right one, when I pull it in here, we won't replace. And it was. But it still didn't equip the trinkets. We'll try it again. Going into the wrong instance. This should work. And it did. The trinket swap component worked now. So maybe I just need to spam it. Right, he's the leader. No, we don't expose. I don't think it's worth it. So I noticed with full phase 2 BIS, you're not able to get near the 315, 316 hit rating. But I'm guessing the DPS just outdoes it at that point. I don't know though, even though now I'm trying to sim stuff. Like you can get away with like 300 hit. Yeah, like hit is very valuable, but it's a stat like any other. And if you have enough stats in another item, then it's going to out DPS. You're hitting less, you're hitting with less of your white hits, but the things you do hit with hit for more DPS, and it's more DPS than you would get from those white hits if you had the extra hit. So yeah, we're hit starved in phase 2, big time, but that's okay. Like if I swap into my base set, what am I missing here? I eat 20 hit food, then I'm at 291. And yet this is the best DPS I can get. So you get as close to hit cap as you can, basically. You'll find that when you change your gear around and then you go and sim it, you can switch your gems around in any combination you like. But I've never had a situation where I was under the hit cap when I had the option to gem either hit or agility, socket bonuses, leaving socket bonuses out of it, things like that. Just straight hit for straight agi. When you're under the hit cap, hit will always give you more. So you just stack as many yellows, which is great for us because they're very cheap. So phase 2 is going to be cheap in terms of gemming for us, ish. And also, all the tier pieces have, except for the Death Mantle handguards, which have 24 hit, every other Death Mantle piece has crit instead of hit. Where Netherblade had hit, 11 hit on the chest, 26 on the pants, but Death Mantle has all crit except for the hands. So yeah, we're hit starved, but even though we're under the hit cap all the time, almost all the time, or a lot of the time, the DPS we do under the hit cap is still more than we do at the hit cap if we were to gem. Or if we were to swap out pieces with hit from the last phase. Just to make hit cap, we're going to lose DPS. Everything I just said, though, is pertaining to level 73 raid bosses. And almost everything I've said will be not applicable as a whole truth to trash. If you're trying to maximize DPS on trash for speed running, clearing, things like that. One minute for prep. Alright, we're gonna go in. We're gonna go again. Oh, we didn't. Disaster. He's not blindable, is he? No.
Stun incoming.
No, we didn't get the trinket swap again, no. Interesting. He must have killed the dummy before I vanished. Alright. We're out of maps. We're going to continue with the farm and do a bit of theory crafting, sleep on it, and we'll come back in here, see if we can take this guy down. Death Mantle also just looks so much better. It's my favorite set. I like the way it looks. I mean, obviously, for me, Bloodfang will always be this. It's my favorite. But Death Mantle does look cool. I'm looking forward to getting the helmet, to be honest. It is going to look cool. Thanks for humoring me and testing this. I was so curious how it's possible. We got him down to I don't know what. But it's definitely possible. I think with PvP gear, it's probably going to be better. Because there's a lot more damage mitigation. I'm going to be able to reduce damage even more and get even more combo points with these two talents, so they're much more valuable for this kill. There's a lot of minor adjustments we can make in various places, but it's still going to be very difficult to kill him, and it won't be something, at least in this my gear, even if we do manage to do it, it's not going to be something we're going to be adding to the farm. Oh, I exposed him. I armored him. Because my action bars are all over the place. Is he an elemental or a giant? Well, he's not an elemental. Oh, well, he could be. Like, they allowed you to poison Ellies as bosses, I think, in TBC. Because you can poison Hydros. But you can't poison Void Walker. Void Reaver. But he's mechanical. And yet, non-boss NPCs that are elemental, you can't poison. But him we can, we know. What I mean is he a giant or an Ellie? Because we might be able to get buffs like the elemental damage or giant damage, like murder, for example. Okay, let's reset. Okay, let's do a bit of theory. It's not essential. This is more important for that fight. I mean, they're level 64, we don't really need this, but 20% on the opening garage might be worth it for that. That's nice. Because we need that for the farm in general, and we need that for the boss. So to get that with Ghostly and be able to get to this tier is really big. How many points have we got left? 3. Reduces the chance you're hit by spells and ranged attacks. Well, that's not him. Attacks made while stealth and for 6 seconds after. We'd get another. That would just be the initial garrote though. 6 flat. Attack power is probably better. We could put it into here, but we're using Hemo. We could get offhand damage by 20%. We could get 3 crit. Well, we need to think about the farm in general. It needs to be a hybrid build. We need to be able to do the farm with it, so it's got to be this HArP. And we need to be able to kill the boss with it. That's kind of nice. We don't really need Vanish. And Blind is nice to have, but we don't really need it, even for the farm at this point, because our gear's so good. That looks pretty clean though. I mean, we could possibly take a point out of there and put it in there. Okay, we're gonna respec. Combat potency is amazing, yeah. And I will answer that question in 1 second.
We will have justice.
Combat potency is amazing. The problem with it is you kind of have to commit to combat all the way down in order to get it. So the way I used to run MT, and it's fine, it's totally viable. I would have my PvP slash farming spec that had shadow step. I'd zoom, shadow step through the dungeon, get all the stuff. But when I got to the packs, I'd swap my spec, Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush, Combat Potency procs, and Burst. And you just clean up those packs, no problem. But then you spec swap back into Subtlety, and you shadow step around, and you get the mines, get to the next pack, swap over, and you probably don't have your Adrenaline Rush, but you've got your Blade Flurry, and you've got your Combat Potency procs, and so on. And you delete them as well. But you have to constantly spec swap, which is kind of annoying. Even when you have a 1-button macro to do it, it's still kind of annoying. With this spec that I'm running now, you sacrifice surprise attacks and potency, but by doing that, you get serrated blades, hemo, preparation, dirty deeds, 20% more damage to targets below 35% health. You get 10% extra attack power. It's so good. It's really, really bursty. And you can prep and get your evasion back, sprint back. So it's quick. You know, you don't lose out on too much speed. And it's just handy that you don't have the best of both worlds. You got the best of combat, but you're missing combat potency. And you lose out on shadow step. But you get prep, serrated blades, hemorrhage, dirty deeds, increased attack power, and blade flurry with adrenaline rush. It's really, really nice. But they're both perfectly fine ways of doing the dungeon. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. When I go back into the next one, we start a fresh hour, I will swap into my combat raid DPS combat spec, and I'll burst down a pack of 3. And then I'll swap into the HArP spec, and I'll burst down a pack of 3. And we can have a look at the DPS. Now, we'd need to do that, 10 times each to get a kind of... Because you could get really good RNG on one and really bad on another. But... Where am I? What are my talents now? Unlearn. Yes. I don't think we need to worry too much about Master Deception. It's a small 20% extra attack on 914, 1k, 848. What's the longest combat time? 50 seconds we got to on the second attempt. How much is our garrote worth? 1.2k. First attempt, garrote 1.2. It's just going to be set because it can't crit, right? Garrot 1.2k. So it's going to be 20% more, which is 240, which is going to bring it up to... It's 240 extra damage, which isn't much. So I don't think I'm going to bother. I still want stealth. That's us done in subtlety. We took riposte, didn't we? Yeah, 3 and then 3. That's it.
Blood and thunder.
Okay. Kind of wondering if Shapeshifter's Signet might actually perform better in this context because... Hold on one sec. A little ghetto Hearthstone macro. The hit rating we don't need. The crit's nice and the AP's nice. But then it's 44 AP and 23 crit. With the 25 agility from Shapeshifters, we get 27.5 AP. The expertise is the important thing here. But no, like the other two still, even when you don't need the hit, they're probably pretty comparable, but... Alright, I'm gonna get a flask. I'll get a flask and we'll get our scrolls and we'll fully consume up. Just to try and get the kill, right? Ah, why am I doing this? I'm so broke. I can't afford this. And it's not even going to be worth to kill him if we can do it, but just to get the kill, I suppose. See the way it says 120 attack power, but you've got that 132. It's 12 extra attack power, because that's 10%. That's our talent reflected in the tooltip. So everything that gives you AP is improved by that talent, which is really nice. I think Abacus is better for us here than Romulo's, to be honest. Because we don't need the hit. He's level 64. So that 35 is useless, and then we're just getting an extra proc of poison damage, but it's not that much. That's like a Elementals deck from Classic, you know? That does nature damage. Do I still have it? No, I have the Twisting Nether and the Heroism. Oh, we need faps. Faps. What's going on here? We're doing a HArP spec runs of Mana Tombs, which is a lot of fun. But Bo caught people chatting on their server about killing Tavarok, the boss in MT, solo as a rogue. So it looks like it's possible in this phase. So we just swapped our gear around. Swapped our talents over just to tweak them a bit. And we swapped our gear a little bit. Still don't think we have what we need to kill him with this setup. But it's a fun challenge. What add-on is giving those added tooltip infos? It is Rating Buster. It's kind of heavy at the start, so you need to modify it to remove a lot of the stats. It will just plaster up like a shitload of stats that you probably don't want. I just like to keep it stupid simple. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start a fresh hour of MT. We're gonna burst through and get both mines, both chests, as fast as we possibly can. And then when we hit, like in the last instance, before we leave, in that instance, we'll make attempts on the boss until we're out of lockout. That's how we're gonna do it. That way I can gold farm, test HArP spec, and try and attempt to solo the boss. I think Abacus is the way forward for the boss. Since we'll have more than enough time to use them both. We use one and then it's a 10 or 15 second cooldown until we can use the second. But on Tavarok, that's more than enough time. Whereas with the bursty packs, we'd rather just hit more with white. Okay, we're in a good spot to start a fresh hour. We've got our swag down here. Good. 6 minutes left. We will eat and do that in a second. Okay, be right back. Right, let's farm. I hope we reset. We logged over, so it would have reset automatically. Just wanted to say thank you. I enjoy solo farming instances and used to do DME jump runs in vanilla. Great instance to farm. I loved doing jump runs. There was a warrior in my guild who was trying to get, and he did get Thunder Fury eventually. I don't know how many jump runs I did with him on my classic rogue. A lot. Like, easily. Over 100 easily. Great fun. Now thanks to you can run MT and SV. I appreciate sharing what you know. Cyrus Shade, you're very welcome. I love to hear that. That's what we're looking for. I'm in the right spec. I'm going to take Shiv off. I think we'll switch those around. I think we're good. Now we Blade Flurry. One-way cloak. And it's enough to burst through them with the cloak. Be alright. So we're actually going to prep straight away because we don't need double vanish in here anymore. Just so we get our sprint up. Oh, little tip here. If we sap this guy, he keeps walking. So he's the leader. Instead of distracting, because if this is a rich ally node, we won't have enough time with one distract. We'll have to move away, wait for them to pass, and then come back. So when you do come into a room, and there's a mine, sap one of these, and if he stops walking, he's the leader. And you just leave them there. And you can just mine away, and you don't have to worry about it. There's our chest. We'll actually sap him because we'll bleed through these really quickly. And we can actually do that. Just distracting that. To get the most out of our Mongo's proc. But he has... Okay, let's bandage. Oh, he broke the bandage. Okay. blind. Oh, we missed riposte. That sucks. Oh. I had the poison. I didn't even see it. We had cloak and everything. Good loot requires sacrifices, so they say. Let's see how true it is. It's locked. Not that that makes a difference. No ruby. But we'll take a healing potion all day. We use them in here. In SV, we never use them, so we sell them. Or I usually just keep them, because I use them in raid every time I get low. We have a post-raid analysis in our guild of your combat performance, mainly through the metrics of gear you have equipped that is suboptimal, how many haste pots you used, how many thistle tea you used, how many grenades you used. Every raid consumable for each class is in there, and the usage for each of them for every person in the raid is in there, so that the guild leaders can see who is using all the consumes that they agreed to use when they joined the pug, or if they're in the guild. and how many people have, like the shoulder enchant, you can get it honored, and the one you can get it exalted. That shows up, and it shows if your gear is under enchanted. I really like that because it marks out people who are putting in maximum effort and then people who are putting in less than maximum. I'm not going to say low effort. Everybody, I think pretty much everybody who's in our raids is putting in a decent effort. Run 1 done with a death. That's a rare occurrence. Nine minutes. Oh, nice one. Scroll of Agi. Bro, I have to quit smoking. Yeah, we'll go this guy. Since we need to eat. Yeah, Ravager dogs for the HArP spec because we get that +4 AP. Okay, so he has bollocks. He put the DOT on us. Let's kill the priest. And he put another DOT on us. We need to kill him quick. And now we need to bandage between ticks. And then we need to eat quick. Vanish. Eat. Motherfucker. Fuck you. Two deaths in a row. Disaster. I promise you, before I started the stream, I was in here for 2 hours. Didn't die once. This is shameful shit. What the? No way, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours. What the hell? It's 1 a.m. Holy shit. Alright. Maybe for the boss, when we were in our burst phase with adrenaline rush, because it's going to be a longer fight, to get to the kill it's going to take quite a while. So maybe we do a 5-point rupture and then a 5-point expose, and then once we come out of adrenaline rush, we're not going to have energy fast enough to be able to do, or rather our energy regen will be such that we will then move into a 5 combo point rupture rotation. That should be fine. And then we get the benefit of having just melting through them. Oh, he poisoned me straight away. Because I've got deadly poison on now. That's why the blind is breaking. I ran out of instant. I'm an idiot. Oh, we got a lockout. I did say we were going to do the boss before we hit lockout, but I lost track of it all. Oh, we hit a rage fire chasm. Of course. We ghetto hearts out of rage fire. I think I've learned from my past mistakes. I think I need to end the stream because I'm getting tired. I can feel it. Whenever I get tired like this, the quality of my play drops. I get more frustrated, get more bitchy, the usual. So I'm going to cut it here and say thank you to everyone for joining, for lurking, for chatting, for anything. Appreciate you, each and every one of you. Thank you for joining the Rogue's Diary. I will be back in here for the foreseeable future, running HArP Spec, and then doing an MT SV comparison video at the end of it, and a fully fledged independent MT video. And I also want to get this boss down because that is the new challenge moving forward, and I love a good challenge. Have a good night. iRainbow, you too. GG. Nice one. Lanier TS. Always appreciate the lessons. Always appreciate the chats and the lurks. Nice one, guys. You have a good one. Stay safe and go make some gold.